like to invite David McClary to come forward and lead us in the pledge. If we'd all stand and face the flag.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is my custom to allow candidates running for office to make a brief statement. So, Mr. McClary.
My name is James McClary. I'm running for House Seat 48. Harry Geisinger passed away about 2 months ago. A good friend of mine, his wife, endorsed me, and I'll be running for that seat. Election is July 14th. I'd love to talk to you after the meeting. I know we'll be here a while, but I'd love to talk to you after the meeting. I'll be around, so if you've got any questions, feel free to my website is elect@davidmcclary.com. Thank you.
Do we have anyone here with the Amateur Radio Association organization? Come forward, gentlemen. I didn't see Mr. Payne here, but I see a lot of other folks. He's your usual representative. And I have a proclamation on behalf of the amateur radio operators of Roswell and Alpharetta and North Fulton County. For Amateur Radio Week, whereas amateur radio operators are celebrating over a century of human voice broadcast over the airways, and amateur radio continues to provide a bridge among societies and countries, creating friendship and sharing ideas. And whereas the North Fulton Amateur Radio League members have provided countless hours of uncompensated community services by providing backup communication services to the City of Roswell police and fire departments, as well as our other North Fulton cities, communications to local charitable events and other organizations throughout the region. And whereas the City of Roswell recognizes and appreciates the diligence of these hams who serve as weather spotters in the Skywarn program of the National Weather Service and provide relevance in our highly modern technical world by providing emergency communications when other systems fail. And whereas the North Fulton Amateur Radio League will participate in a yearly national event sponsored by the ARRL called Field Day as its emergency preparedness exercise that will take place on June 27th and June 28th at Waller Park Extension. This event will demonstrate amateur radio skills and readiness to provide self-supporting communications without further infrastructure being provided. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of June 22nd, 2015 as Amateur Radio Week in the City of Roswell, and urge all of our citizens to attend Field Day and recognize the importance of this event. And so, who is our spokesman tonight?
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor. My name is Bob Beeman. I'm the president of the North Fulton Amateur Radio League, and we're very honored to be here tonight to accept this proclamation. And I just wanted to say a couple words that amateur radio operators have been around since the beginning of radio. The FCC created amateur radio to create a pool of operators and technicians to serve the communities just in case of emergency events. And that's what we do. We are having Field Day this weekend. Everybody's invited to come on out, take a look. Saturday morning, more than 30 Boy Scouts are getting the radio merit badges, so come on out and see that event too. And once again, we thank you, and we're proud to be Roswell and North Fulton residents. Thank you.
I do know that you can even operate without electricity because you've got solar power and generators and you can when the rest of society falls, you'll still be on the air, and we appreciate that in the event that occurs, which I don't wish
That is correct. We create our own out there.
So let's have a hand for all the hams in Roswell. Thank you for coming. Gentlemen, you are excused. Would someone like this proclamation?
Yes.
And that's this Saturday, all day Saturday. Does it go Sunday too? Yes. All day Saturday, Sunday evening. And if you haven't been on the air, on the radio, this is your opportunity. They will let you talk to people on the other side of the world if you show up down there. Gentlemen, good to have you. They're getting a... All right. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Orleans. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Does anyone in the audience have any questions regarding the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. This time I will call upon Liaison to Community Development Department, Councilmember Becky Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On my agenda tonight is just one item that we deferred from June 8th. CU 2015-00393, CU 2015-00394, CV 2015-00392, Vickers Village, 1180 Canton Street, 29 Thompson Place, 24, 34, and 42 Woodstock Road, land lot 388 King Lowry Ventures LLC. And Mr. Townsend is on vacation, so the very great and well-informed Jackie Dybel is going to be presenting this case tonight.
For the folks who are standing up in the back, you can continue to stand if you wish, but there are a number of seats up front, and we will not pass the hat for collection, so you're welcome to come sit down up front. And if you wish to speak, you'll be called sooner if you're sitting in the front. So if you'd like to sit down, we have seats up front. Jackie, you may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is conditional use 2015-00393, conditional use 2015-00394, and concurrent variance 2015-00392, located at 1180 Canton Street, 29 Thompson Place, 24, 34, and 42 Woodstock Road, Vickers Village. Before I get started on the main presentation, I want to give you a little bit of a background as to the property. It is currently zoned at DX, Downtown Mixed Use, and NX, Neighborhood Mixed Use. Currently allowed by right, the height is 45 feet, 3.5 stories. DX zoning allows office and commercial uses, residential townhomes. NX zoning allows office and commercial uses. Under the UDC, setbacks are based on the building type. For mixed-use building type, the primary street is 0 feet on the front. Side street is 0 feet front side setback. Side interior is a 0 or 3 feet, and rear is 0 or 3 feet. These are setbacks. Buffer requirements when abutting a protected district. Under the DX zoning, type A, buffer is a 10-foot buffer with a 6-foot wall, or a type B buffer, which is 20 feet. No wall. Under the NX zoning, abutting a protected district is a type D required buffer of 40 feet. The applicant tonight is requesting a conditional use to allow for multifamily for 80 units. A conditional use to allow for an extra story in height from 3.5 stories to 4.5 stories. And also a concurrent variance for reduction in the buffer from a type D buffer to a type A buffer. This is not a rezoning of the property. The location, as I indicated, 1180 Canton Street, 3 properties on Woodstock, and 29, and also on Thompson Place. The green line on the drawing indicates the historic district line. As you can see, 42 Woodstock is just outside the historic district. This is an aerial view of the current property. This is the zoning map of the property, showing the DX zoning in purple, the NX zoning in a bright pink. This is the site plan showing on the 2.45 acres, indicating the commercial and residential uses. The applicant's also requesting a reduction from the type D buffer of 40 feet to type A along the western property line abutting the RS-12 properties. So to explain that, right here, and down here, that is the NX property line. That is where the 40-foot buffer is requested to be down from 40 to 10 feet. This is the proposed landscaping plan. This is a plan indicated from the applicant that is a color drawing that shows the distances from the property line to individual floors. So as you can see, here they're showing 74 feet to the individual floor, 59, 55. I believe the applicant will probably be giving you a better description of this during their presentation. Bulk plane. The blue on the chart indicates the staff. The building height is measured from the average grade, and that is taken from Article 2.2.11, letter B, out of the Unified Development Code. This is the site plan again, indicating the 40-foot buffer line in blue with the additional 10-foot building setback, and then the 10-foot buffer in blue along the property line that abuts the DX, and the additional 10 feet there. Planning Commission recommended approval of the conditional use for the multifamily, but denial of the conditional use request for the increase in height and the concurrent variance to the buffer. Staff recommendation was approval of the conditional use for multifamily. However, the staff recommends denial of the conditional use request for the increase in height and the concurrent variance for the buffer with conditions. These conditions were provided in your backup material. These conditions on the front page are related to the June 8th conditions that were supplied at that time. The conditions here in your backup material show proposed changes to the conditions. The blue is underlined, is new, and the red has been stricken. And these are the conditions that we've indicated. Should this project be approved, that staff has asked for these conditions to be part of the approval. And I will read these. The owner developer shall develop the property in a manner not to exceed 182,000 square feet and a total of 80 multifamily units. No more than 4 multifamily residential units on the first floor, not exceeding 6,900 square feet in gross floor area facing Woodstock Road, and there shall be no multifamily residential uses on the first floor in the proposed building along Canton Street. The owner developer shall install a westbound left turn lane along Woodstock Road at proposed driveway 1 with a minimum 50 feet of storage bay length. They shall work with the Transportation Department to take care of this item. The design shall be approved by Roswell DOT. And the design of the turn lane is allowed to be modified to match the mayor and city council's changes to the site plan, should that occur. There's no guarantee that the number of units will be achieved due to compliance with all department regulations. The 2-way private access drive shall have full access at both Woodstock Road and Thompson Place. The owner developer shall agree to grant dedicated permanent access easement to the city. The access easement shall be shown on the combination plat. The access easement is allowed to be modified to match the intent of Mayor and City Council's changes to the site plan. A combination plat is required prior to the issuance of the LDP. The owner developer shall complete a Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental study or provide a no further action letter prior to the issuance of the LDP. The owner developer shall remove all of the utilities power lines along Woodstock Road within the project boundaries and place the utilities underground. The left turn lane on Woodstock Road shall be completed prior to the first CO. The left turn lane is allowed to be modified to match the intent of the Mayor and City Council changes to the site plan. The demolition of the structure shall be completed after the LDP has been issued and prior to receiving a building permit. The 2 existing transformers shall be coordinated with Georgia Power and relocated in the best suitable option in a manner to be screened as minimally visible to the general public, and the baseball area shall remain as a non-residential use. Do you have any questions for staff?
If council denies this request tonight, would any of these, would the developer be able to develop under the 3-story building?
Yes, the developer could build office, commercial, and townhomes, 3 stories.
If the application is denied tonight, would any of these conditions that you have just read apply?
No.
Does the council have any other questions? Councilmember Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Dybel, on number 7, about the utility lines, I think we looked at the wording that we used from the Fraser Street Apartments,
Yes.
and I think that's probably, if you don't mind reading that and just, using Kent and Thompson and Woodstock instead of Fraser and Norcross, I think this probably would be better language for that one.
Okay. Wording from the Fraser Street Apartments condition related to this one would be all existing overhead utilities except for Georgia Power electrical lines and all new utilities shall be placed underground at the owner's expense. This includes utility lines that cross Woodstock, Thompson, and Canton Street. This condition shall be complied with prior to the issuance of any CO.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to see if we can just put that one in. I think it's a little bit tighter on that one. And also, if we do deny some but approve something else, and this is the one that y'all want us to go with, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Regarding what could be built if it just moved forward without any council involvement. If it were townhomes, based on what's in the UDC under the downtown mixed use, that does have the 45 feet, 3.5 stories, but it also has reduced height may be required when abutting in a protected district, so that could come into play.
That is true, yes.
Also, in townhomes, there's a maximum number of units in any single building, correct?
There's a set of 8, yes.
Right, so it would not be a straight building
Right.
across the entire thing, so you couldn't just build just like that.
Correct.
And then when I look at the general building, which I'm not sure if that's what would fall under for an office, you can help explain this for me. It says building mass by right up to 30,000 square feet. How does that apply? Does that mean there would need to be multiple buildings in order to do that?
Are you using Article 5?
Yes, 5. It's page 5-25. Under 3,
Yes.
the scale.
Yes, up to 30,000 square feet, you are correct, by right. Conditional would be anything more than 30,000 square feet. So if they chose to do straight office and went more than 30,000 square feet, that would be a conditional use. However, they could do office and retail and max their office out at 30,000 square feet if they chose to do so.
But I guess the key point is how big could the building be on this entire tract if we didn't do anything? 30,000 square feet?
If it's all office, yes, 30,000 square feet.
But if it's retail, is that not under a general building?
Yes, but they also might choose to use mixed-use building. You have to look at the different building types that they may choose to do. So if they want to do mixed use and build up, you could do office on the bottom floor and retail on the bottom and office up on the top. So then that does not limit you to 30,000 square feet.
I understand. But the majority of that use would have to be retail.
Yes.
Which means somebody would have to come in and expect to be able to fill that much retail on something that large.
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make that point. And then, even if no matter what they build, based on the allowances here, the UDC design guidelines would still apply, and so that the Historic Preservation Commission on that section, and I guess the one as well, would still have some control based on what is built. And in that, we talk about stepping back and how things need to be looked. It can't be a flat building across from one side to the other, and all those various elements that are there. So just want to clarify that those would likely be requirements of anything to be built if we do not approve anything tonight.
The HPC would look at all that, yes, and review their design guidelines. And as they indicated before, they like the stepping back. So I would believe if something is not approved tonight and it does go forward to the HPC, they'd probably look at that again.
Okay. Thank you. And now, if I can continue a few more things that I want to get into this particular proposal, in that I know staff always does a great job of looking at everything, and now you get to be the front person for that, thanks to Brad, but I know that you do all the work anyway on a lot of this stuff. So looking at the design guidelines, I want to be sure, if we don't make specific references to these, how much capacity does the HPC have to make changes? So if we don't say a building needs to be stepped back, can they then come in and say, in an HPC meeting after this, a building needs to be stepped back?
City
As an
Attorney?
example.
Okay, as an example, City Attorney, can you give me a little leeway on that question? If the council denies this evening, and it goes straight to the HPC with 3 stories,
No, actually, the question is,
if you don't make any conditions related to that tonight.
if we approve this, it goes forward, how much leeway does the HPC have in what they can require based on what we approve?
They cannot override anything you approve. So if you approve a site plan at a certain distance, at a certain height, they can't make them step it back if you've approved it flat, so to speak. So you're the ultimate authority, but if you leave that to HPC's discretion, then they could make them step it back under the guidelines.
But that would need to be a specific condition.
Yeah, and I would recommend, if you're going to do that, to make it a condition to give the HPC that authority.
But if we don't, and we were to approve this plan as is or something similar, then we take away that ability from you, HPC, to do something like a major change, to step back or whatever.
If you're making that decision here tonight, yes, you would overrule anything they tried to do. They cannot overrule anything the council does.
Just wanted to clarify that. Then, and going back to staff on looking at the plans, this is one of the first big projects we've now had come forward with the UDC and certainly in the historic district. So I am concerned that as we look at projects, from a staff perspective, why don't we have a greater look at what the guidelines call for? And just as an example, it says on page 82, under Relationship to Unified Development Code, under Applying UDC Zoning Standards in the Historic District, it is important to note that the UDC height, building coverage, or setback standards may sometimes be inappropriate for specific historic contexts, i.e., code may allow 3-story height, but historic context is only 1-story buildings at the street edge. In these cases, the HPC may sometimes require reduced height or building coverage and modified setbacks to maintain compatibility with historic context. So just as an example, there's a whole list of things. But if we don't do them at the front end, we can't do them later.
I think the difficulty here with this particular project is that it's not a rezoning. It is, a use permit asking for a particular use, and that was staff's evaluation was based on exactly what they were asking for and not the merits of the project from a zoning standpoint. But I do understand what you're saying.
All right, that's a valid point for not looking at that. Okay, thank you. Then to move more into some specifics then, on the bulk plane, I do understand what you're saying on the I guess it's the average elevation based on the property, and I understand that's in 2.2.1 or 11-B for building height. But when you look at the actual bulk plane itself, the 5.4.4, it's on the back of every single one, but this is specific for the neighborhood mixed use. It does say that the building must not extend into a 30-degree angular, I'm trying to read with the mic and looking down, projection over the subject property measured from a height of 35 feet at the side interior or rear setback line. Setbacks are measured from the interior edge of the landscape buffer. So is that not two different things, to where we really need to look at where that point is for that as opposed to the average, because it's not related to the building height. It's related to the bulk plane application.
I think the difficulty with that is that the diagram that's in the document in terms of the bulk plane is assuming that the property is flat, and it was just an illustration. So when we have to measure height, we rely on what's in section 2 as height is defined, and then measure it from that point.
Yeah, I understand the concept. I guess the concern is when it is a slope like this, it actually makes it much, much higher than or could make it much, much higher than 35 feet based on what that slope is. So
You're correct.
So that's what's the concern. All right. Then on 42 Woodstock, which is actually the NX portion, I think I could never totally get it, and I couldn't get the Fulton County GIS things to work just right. But it appears it's about 100 feet of that property. That's the from one side to the other. So wouldn't anything that's within that 100 feet fall under the NX designation?
Yes.
And in that, when it talks about the district capabilities, it said or component, excuse me, NX says that in the intent statement for the district says that there should be no residential on the first floor. So, but we are allowing residential on the first floor in NX. Why is that?
I believe our condition, hold on a second. I think we changed the condition related to that.
Is that the 185 feet?
Demolition.
I thought it was going the other way, sorry.
In condition number 1, we indicated that there should be no more than 4 multifamily residential units on the first floor facing Woodstock. Now, as you are correct, NX does not allow residential on the first floor, so those residential units would have to be off of the NX zoned property.
So that's what the eastern 185 feet
Yes.
is? Okay, I was looking at that backwards. Okay, very good. See, I told you you're good at catching all these things. That's good. And this may be a question for the applicant, but on the retaining wall, and this is a good example on this, drawing this up here, it says average 6 foot, but varies.
Yes.
And we know in numerous places it's as high as 21 feet, I think.
Yes.
Is there anything that shows where those variations are?
I believe.
I wasn't able to really figure that out.
No.
And if we need to,
I believe the applicant can answer that when they get up
that's fine.
and speak to
Take
that.
a look at that. That'd be great. Then, why don't you check on ownership in terms of if they're condos or apartments, and can we actually control ownership? Because I've been told different things. That technically we might be able to say something that we can, but there's no way for us to actually enforce that. So ultimately, we cannot control whether it's ownership or whether it's rental.
I believe this came up last year when we were discussing another project on Canton Street. City Attorney?
I think that's what I said, was you can make it a condition, make them put it in their HOA documents, make them file those HOA documents. However, if somebody goes out there and rents it out, the city's not going to know whether it's being rented or not. We don't have the ability to check something, whether it's being rented or whether it's being sold, owner occupied. So if somebody does buy it and lives there for a year, then they decide to lease it out, we would not have any way to know that unless somebody told us. So that's why we suggest that you put it in the HOA documents. That's not a guarantee. That pretty much leaves it up to the homeowners association to govern that. But as far as the city goes, we can make that a requirement that they put it in their HOA documents. However, it's almost impossible for us to enforce it.
And then isn't it true that I thought some of the financing was actually arranged based on being rental property?
Can you ask that question again?
It's my understanding that the financing for this project was secured based on it being rental properties as opposed to being condos.
I believe you'll need to ask the applicant that. I cannot answer that question.
And then I think finally at this point, in the staff report it said environmental no comments. I don't know if that came later along. And I know that by rule we have to actually have no more water leaving the site than currently leaves now. But what happens now is we have vegetation throughout most of that, and so it filters out through wherever it goes. But under the plan, it would actually come into underwater stormwater detention and then out through a single point, which of course concentrates all that water into a single point. And granted, it does theoretically slow down, and hopefully it will release not so much. But one of the concerns is that that could be constant flow with the amount of water that's going to be pulled off of 2.5 acres. Do we not have anything to look at that and how that impact is?
Believe before the project's allowed to be submitted under the new UDC, a stormwater concept plan must be looked at and reviewed by our stormwater engineer. And as long as the stormwater concept plan works, and they can go through the process. So our stormwater engineer has reviewed what they've planned. Now that is conceptual only at this time. Should they be approved and move forward, obviously a hydro study and everything else will be required. And if they do move on to the historic preservation stage, more detailed plans are done at that point in time.
But who controls the protection of the property owners down the stream from that now becomes a point source?
That would be the city as part of the LDP process. Their hydro study would have to take all of that in consideration and show the amount of flow from that property, how they plan to deal with that property, via a detention pond or via some other mechanism. But that's the basic how do you protect the surrounding property owners.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Any other council members have any questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a couple follow-up questions. Councilman Eichelhart covered most of my questions. But to follow up on the bulk plane issue, trying to understand how that's measured, I guess the diagram that we have shows it as a flat site, but it's not a flat site. So are you saying that the bulk plane really needs to be measured from the actual topography? Or does it get measured from the street? How does that work?
Under section 2.211, it indicates that building height is measured from an average grade. The diagram was done by the director, indicating where we would start for the bulk plane measurements. As you can see on here, it would start at, if they received the variance, we showed it from the 10-foot, and then you have an additional 10 feet. So you have the buffer would be 10, and then additional 10 feet after that. We started it from the average grade and moved up from there.
Okay, so the height for the bulk plane is measured from the average grade for the overall project.
That is our determination.
Well, and the reason for that is because the UDC defines how to measure height. And so we rely on that section of the ordinance that tells us how to measure the height, and that's how we apply it.
So if you're using the average grade, then the high point on this side is obviously Canton Street. So Canton Street would be forced to be actually a little bit lower by the bulk plane because the average grade would be below street level, would it not?
I'm not sure. We come to the average, and that's what is shown here that was prepared by Brad.
Yeah, and I think the way the project is currently drawn is probably okay, but as it morphs, I just want to make sure we're measuring this properly, and it's measuring from the average grade, not we can't have it from the average grade on the back, but then at existing grade on the front.
That's correct.
Okay. That clarifies that. On the mixed use versus general building, and I understand it's kind of a hypothetical to what can be built here, but I was unclear. With the general building type, you can only have 30,000 square feet of office. Is that total, or is that per floor?
Under the building mass, it says by right up to 30,000 square feet.
For building mass, it doesn't say.
It does not say square footage, but it does say up to 30,000 square feet. So based on what I read in this code and our determination, yes, 30,000 square feet would be the total square footage.
Total square footage, okay. And that would be for general building type. But you mentioned under mixed use, that doesn't necessarily apply. So there's no limitation on what amount of retail could go on the ground floor.
Correct.
Does that 30,000 square feet apply to the office above, or that would just be whatever they could get?
Whatever they can get, because it does not indicate that under the mixed-use building type.
Okay, thank you. And then with respect to the guidelines, I understand the point of this not being a rezoning, but all projects are subject to the guidelines. It's not just a rezoning project.
It's true.
So ultimately, this project has to adhere to the guidelines, but from what you're saying, it doesn't sound like our staff has reviewed the guidelines to compare this project to the guidelines to date.
At this point in time, it was looked at earlier before, when it went to HPC as a discussion item, and it was discussed at that point in time, and they looked at it basically for, during the process, whether they felt it would meet the requirements and how they would step it back if they could. So it has been looked at, in a sense, by the board. Our historic preservation planner at the time did look at everything and reviewed the guidelines with it. However, you are correct. We did not put anything in the report related to the design guidelines for this item.
Okay, but it had been discussed at HPC and with our planner who's no longer with us?
Correct. Yes, she is no longer with us.
Yeah, okay. We do have an option to have a third-party architect take a look at our designs.
Yes, we do.
Have we utilized that option?
No, not at this time.
Is there a thought that we might want to do that before this project is finalized?
Again, before the property is finalized, and if the project is, if it's approved tonight, or if it's not approved, and they decide to proceed as currently zoned, as part of the approval process for permitting, when it goes to the HPC, it would also go to the on-call architect for their review.
Okay, so that would really be a next step.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then lastly, I was trying to understand where the amenity space is on this. And there was a little bit of a conflict between the floor plan and the diagram that we had received that shows the amenity space. I was wondering if you could point out what's the ground floor amenity space that would be open to the public and the amenity space that would be common area for the project itself.
All right, on this overhead screen is the ground floor amenity space is shown. Just the sections in red indicating what's on basically the road or the area where the pedestrians would be walking. Obviously, you have the large public amenity space that they've indicated here, and then the other spot between the, I think it's coffee shop, is to be located at that. It's basically the ground floor amenity space that they are showing. They also do have amenity space on all the floors that were included in your backup material. I believe the residential areas included amenity spaces for pools and terraces, maybe not terraces, but the amenity spaces were going up as the for the floors. So they do have different areas of amenity space throughout the project.
Okay. Just to clarify, on the ground floor, the area between or next to what they're saying is a coffee shop and a restaurant, that would just be open area, that wouldn't be fenced in for individual tables and that sort of thing?
As far as I know, no. You can check with the applicant when they get up to speak.
Okay, well, once it's fenced in, it's no longer amenity
That's
space.
true.
So.
That's correct.
And then on the upper floors, those spaces need to be used by the entire project. There needs to be common amenity space, so those can't be private patios. Those would not count as amenity space. So have we confirmed all of that?
They do meet the requirement of amenity space and believe that most of the areas are common. I'll have to check with the applicant basically, but we did talk to them immensely about their amenity space for this project. And the areas were for the common residents and for all the people who will be using the retail items in the project.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a clarification, as I understand it, they're limited to 30,000 for one building, if it's a office building?
I think it's total.
If it's a general building, then it would be the 30,000.
And what is a general building?
It's a single building, usually it's just an office building.
Single, so if it's an office building,
Single use.
now if they had two office buildings on that site, it could be 30,000 apiece.
Yes, sir, but they would probably have to subdivide the property. So it'd be on separate lots,
Parcels of record.
separate parcels.
Right, and if they put retail together with the office, then they would not be limited to 30,000
It's
because
a
it'd be mixed use.
It's a mixed-use building.
So if they had retail on the ground floor, they could potentially put offices on the second and
Yes,
third
sir.
story.
Yes, sir.
And it wouldn't be limited to 30.
That's correct.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Idle, on the mixed use, is there any limit to the multifamily if they decide to do a true mixed use and put in retail, commercial, and multifamily? Because I think DX allows, I think DX allows stacked flats, walk-up flats, all kinds of flats.
You're
whatever.
talking about the building types under DX?
Right, exactly. Is there a limit to how many they can put in a building or two buildings or however many buildings
Well,
they want to put on?
under townhomes, they can only do 8 units in a row.
But if they want to do stacked flats?
There is
or-
no limit.
There's no limit to that whatsoever.
That's correct.
So if we wanted, now they could not do, if we approved the conditional use for multifamily, because how the annex.
I'd like to indicate one thing here. On the stacked flat or the walk-up flat, I was incorrect. On the walk-up flat, if they chose to do that, you could only do 8 units in a row per building.
Okay.
The stacked flat, however, does not indicate a number.
Okay, but they can do, because it's in DX, they can do it as long as it was not on the first floor,
Yes,
if we give them the conditional use as multifamily.
that's correct. You could
Okay.
do stacked flat above.
But if we do not give them that use, then they have to come in with retail and commercial or office or whatever.
That's
Am I
correct.
correct? I just want to make that clarification to everybody, that that is a conditional use. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant. Good.
Mayor Wood, members of the council, I'm Don Rollator. My address is 1865 Lockway Drive, Alpharetta, Georgia. I'm here tonight on behalf of King Lowry Investments. Miller Lowry is here with me. Bo King is here with me. Luke Helterbrand. We have most of our experts with us tonight to discuss whatever matters you would like to discuss regarding this application. It's 2.45 acres at the southwest corner of Woodstock and Canton Streets. I'll stress what staff has told you already. It is zoned. This is not a rezoning application. Applicant is requesting 3 things: a conditional use for multifamily housing, a conditional use for a 1-story increase in the height to take it to 4 stories, and third, a variance on the west boundary line to reduce the required buffer from 40 feet to 10 feet. These are the only matters that the applicant is requesting this evening. Otherwise, the entire application and site plan as proposed is in compliance with the applicable provisions of the UDC. This application is not anywhere in violation of the UDC. It has been fine-toothed by staff and by the HPC, and we are here tonight with what we consider a clean application, other than 3 requests that we ask you to consider. The amenity requirement is phrased as outdoor amenity space. We have 21% outdoor amenity space. That's far in excess of what's now required. As of May 27, 2015, that requirement was reduced to 10% by action of the city. The only properties on Canton Street zoned DX mixed use are this property and the intersection of Long Circle at Canton Street. Mr. Lowry is under development at Long Circle and Canton Street presently. Only the DX zoning permits buildings which exceed the district height limits upon approval by conditional use. This area was selected when the UDC was passed as an area to designate DX, and DX provides for this. This is an assemblage of properties. Jackie has showed you the layout. All except one are zoned DX, downtown mixed use. The westernmost property, the Rousey property, is zoned NX. That zoning is the reason we're asking you for the buffer reduction on the west boundary. It will actually benefit the property owner next door. Presently, Mr. Rousey's office building is 19 feet.
Hold up a second. If I hear anybody from the audience who has not been recognized, we will take a break. And then if I hear it again, we'll take another break. So the folks who want to get this through this in an expeditious fashion need to stay quiet and ask their neighbors to stay quiet, because I'm not going to allow interruptions to this speaker or any other speaker. You may proceed. If there's another interruption, we'll take a break.
Thank you, Mayor. My point is that presently on the Rousey property, his business is located in a house that's 19 feet from the next door neighbor's property line, and it continues to fill the remainder of that property. If this variance is approved, there will be no structure within that 40-foot area. There will be a driveway, and that driveway will fall beneath grade and will have a retaining wall and a screening area, which Mr. Lowry will show you, which is beneficial to all concerned. Additionally, it allows two accesses to this property and to the public. That's a substantial benefit. If you don't have two accesses, the development on this property, by necessity, has to all come from Thompson Place. I don't think that's good practice. The other three corners of Canton Street and Woodstock Street are zoned and developed for retail, restaurant, and office uses. The only residential development that touches this property is west of it along Thompson Place and right next to it along Woodstock Street. The Canton Street corridor in the Historic District is by far the most significant development, maybe the only mixed-use or historic development in the city over the last 10 years. It stretches from Alpharetta Highway to north of the Canton-Woodstock intersection, and it's a source of great pride to this city. Alive after 5, one Thursday a month, ladies going to lunch, men going to business appointments. Canton Street is a fascinating thing. It is a good thing. It's a true mixed use of restaurants, shops, offices, and residences, thriving along most of its distance. The development of Canton Street has caused a significant increase in nearby property values. This property is the northernmost portion of that corridor on the west side of the street. It's blighted, contains a vacant former service station, and economically obsolete housing. It's ugly, and it's an eyesore. Approval of this project will ensure the continued healthy development of Canton Street and will set a trend for Canton Street to make sure that it continues to survive. I'm concerned that Canton Street lost 2 restaurants over the winter. Canton Street has parking issues. This area parks everything it's got and parks it above minimum. This proposal is created to produce a mixed use of 80 residential units with a ground floor courtyard with restaurants and retail space. When King Lowry undertook this development, they made a decision. That decision was to create the very best project that they possibly could. They've been unwilling to settle for an okay project or a down-market use of this property. They've used the best architects, the best engineers they could find. They've spent hours with the HPC. They've spent a great deal of time with the staff. Miller Lowry will show you the design that flowed from that. When there is superior development under the UDC, there is rationale to increase the height limitation by 1 story. I think that this is superior development. HPC has acknowledged that. Mr. Lowry, Mr. King, and their associates want to set a standard for the future development of Canton Street. They don't want it second best. I'm going to let Mr. Lowry take over at this point and let him explain the project and nuances of it to you. I will be back to discuss the conditions before we close our front presentation. If there are any questions I need to answer before he comes up, let me know. Otherwise, I think his detailed explanation will be far better than mine.
Does the council have any questions for Mr. Rollator? Thank you, Mr. Rollator.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Miller Lowry, 3020 Business Park Drive. Before we get started, Jackie, would you, just one point of clarification. I heard some discussion about townhomes in the DX and NX. And, okay, so for clarification, townhomes are allowed in NX, but not DX.
Townhomes are allowed by right in DX, not NX.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I attended the Live After 5 this past Thursday, and I brought my 2.5-year-old daughter, and we walked down to Canton Street and parked it on site. We walked down to the south end of Canton Street and had a bite to eat and checked out the scene and the event. And on the way back, she was riding on my shoulders. I was limping along a bit. And a gentleman behind me said, I overheard him say, "Are there any places down Canton Street that we should even walk to and go to?" And that resonated with me a bit. And it was right where the street was blocked and down on right where 9 had closed recently. And that's around where I heard that comment. And something came to me, and what that was is a sense of place and placemaking. Placemaking is a people-centered approach to the planning, design, management of public spaces. Great public spaces are where celebrations are held, social and economic changes take place, friends run into each other, and cultures mix. So I asked, how can we maximize this experience? This is a diagram prepared by a planning organization that states in the center of the diagram, it has your place, your key attributes, the 4 key attributes that make up a successful place, and this is how they are rated. Your intangibles are in the green. I'm not going to go through and read all these, but you've got your uses and activities. From here, this is how they're rated. Are they sustainable, celebratory, useful, real, special, vital, active, fun, comfort? Are they safe? Are they green? Are they walkable, sittable, charming, attractive, historic? Access and linkages, continuity, proximity, connected, readable, walkable, convenient, accessible, and sociability. See where I'm going with this. All of these attributes are things that myself and my design team took into consideration in undertaking this project. The current site, I know a lot of these are redundant images. I want everybody to make sure they're crystal clear on what's going on out here. It is an assemblage of 5 parcels. And what happened was 1180, which actually consists of 2 sites here. This is the old Vickers Automotive site. There was two parcels that transacted in that. Was this small lot, Vickers Automotive. Originally, this went for sale, and I pounced on it pretty quick. Previously, when I was undergoing another project, I had considered 24 Woodstock and 34 Woodstock for a small, eclectic residential development. Ultimately, I passed on that, being that it was just too small and too, I didn't particularly like the idea that it would be a small spot zoning type of development. After we put Vickers under contract, we went on and put 29 Thompson under contract, 24 Woodstock, 34 Woodstock, and 42 Woodstock, and that's the Rousey parcel. I wanted to share with you guys a slide that had come out of the staff Planning Commission report to show that the 4 surrounding properties next door or abutting our property are retail, restaurant and house, office and retail, and a single-family home. 75% of our surrounding uses are commercial. A little bit about the development team. My partner, Bo King, and I were very excited to be here and to present this project. We originally started some planning exercises with HGOR, a well-known planning outfit. Locally in Atlanta, they work all over the country and all over the world. Our ultimate architect, who also did some of our planning exercises, is Roll Joy Trammell & Rubio. They've won numerous awards, upwards of 20. Civil engineers, Hayes James & Associates, Traffic and Transportation's Kimley Horn, our landscape architects are Site Solutions, and numerous other team members along the way. When we formulated this team, we had a world-class vision with expectations that were not subpar. Significant measurements into design consideration were some of our key measures, and a plan of redevelopment with commitments to quality, sustainability, and uniqueness. When the property was under contract, we immediately pulled the UDC to evaluate what our options could be. I pulled some key literature out of the UDC, and maybe a little hard to see from back here, but on page 19, building design guidelines in all districts, building mass and scale, establish a sense of human scale and design of a building, step back a larger building mass from the street when at all possible to reduce living effects. Green roofs. We've got 2 areas that have green roofs in the project, and we've taken a lot of measurements for sustainability in this project to incorporate some of these designs. Building placement and setbacks. Page 22, locate buildings to create well-defined street frontages and minimize the visibility of parking areas. We have designed this project with no expense spared to hide and shield all of our parking underground or behind the building. This is a very expensive technique, but by all means, we were not settling for a standard project. Design a building so that most of the facade is located within the Build To zone, established in the UDC to minimize the visual impacts of parking areas, promote active pedestrian-oriented streets. Alternative strategies to promote an active frontage. Arcade, we're not looking at anything like this, but the garden walls, the planters, these are all parts of our project that we've spent a lot of detail on our design efforts. Page 25, locate public outdoor space to provide a focal point from new development. Design outdoor public space to be actively used. Design outdoor public space to incorporate low-impact development. Principles of stormwater management. These are all key attributes to our project. Public area, semi-public area, private outdoor areas. These are all items that we stringently reviewed the UDC and took into consideration in our design efforts. Next slide. I'm not going to read all these, but set back a larger building mass from the street and within possible to reduce limiting effects. Establish a sense of human scale. Use vertical articulation techniques to establish a sense of scale in the design of larger buildings. Roof profiles. Use vertical articulation to express traditional facade widths with new larger buildings adjacent to existing smaller scale buildings. Create a sense of visual interest using a variety of roof forms. Variations in height, key attributes. You see here on this example out of the UDC where they step back the upper floors and it gives it a sense of a lower density building. Step backs, building articulation, the list goes on. These are all items out of the UDC. Design the ground floor building facade to engage the public realm to promote pedestrian activity. We have worked with the HPC extensively. We're probably beyond 30 different versions of this project to come up with a true comprehensive plan that fits the bill here, guys. Use materials to convey a sense of human scale and visual interest to pedestrians. We're going with all brick. We're going with high-end fixtures, and obviously, ultimately, the HPC and us will continue to work together as we move forward. Building mass and scale. Design the ground floor of the residential building facade to engage the public realm. It goes on. I'm going to keep going here. I think you get the drift. That we've got retain the historical networks of streets and alleys. Design new on-site pedestrian connections. Provide direct automobile access across adjoining properties when feasible to minimize curb cuts. Where permitted by the base zoning, a taller building may be located behind lower scale liner buildings and or step back from the lower scale street frontage. Position a taller portions of the structure away from the neighboring buildings or streets with the lower scale. We've stepped our building back around the entire perimeter. Where permitted to the base zone, a taller building may be located behind lower scale liner buildings or step back from a lower scale street frontage. I'm almost done with the UDC here. Facade character, these are items that we would get into with the HPC. We've gone above and beyond there due to the significance of this project. We've looked at a lot of the facade and the guidelines for specific building types, and we have followed these parameters to a T. As Mr. Rollator said, we're asking for 3 things, and that's an additional story of height because we feel like we've met the parameters of the superior building design. We're asking for a buffer. I'm going to get into that buffer. We have a mission statement going into this. Well, let me finish. This is our last slide from the UDC I wanted to go over. This is a shot out of the UDC that shows the guidelines of Upper Canton Street, where you can see our building, the general areas outlined in one of our 5 parcels with the guidelines for Upper Canton Street. Of those, 4 of those 5 parcels are in that general area, and within this boundary, that's actually where our plaza and 2-story components of the building are actually located. We've taken a tremendous amounts of sensitivity in the design of this, taken into consideration the scale of Canton Street and the zoning for the property. Our goal is to take a worn-out, underutilized commercial site located within the core area, currently zoned as a mixed use, and transform it into a world-class, vibrant, pedestrian-friendly site with high-quality architecture that fulfills a variety of housing and retail needs in the downtown area. Our criteria for this project is to be proud of this. It's a flagship development with an emphasis on design, walkability, parking, scale, and quality. We've gone above and beyond what the UDC has suggested, and we've evaluated and identified this site and suggested that we're going to do better than what the UDC suggests. The pedestrian-friendly urban fabric of this site, transforming it from a blighted corner, will only enhance the downtown area. We've incorporated a plaza for the public to include arts, music, oversized sidewalks. We have 10-foot sidewalks around the entire perimeter of our property with Thompson, Canton, and Woodstock frontage. That's almost the width of the distance between the building facade and the curb of most of the buildings south of Canton Street. We want to build and create the experience, create a sense of place, not just a building. We want to deliver development that appears as if it was built over time. Break down the massing, mix the uses, exceed open space requirements, which we've done by 100%. All of these items maximize pedestrian experience. The first slide is our concept at the corner of Canton Street and Thompson Place. This shot shows our ground level retail. Keep in mind we have no residential on the ground level of Thompson, Canton, and roughly half of the distance on Woodstock Street. We have our 2-story level on Canton Street with residential condominiums, rooftop plaza on top, and we've taken that massing, followed the UDC, and stepped it away from the street to create a pedestrian-friendly environment. Our next slide. This is our plaza area. This is for the community. This plaza area is essentially the bookend of Canton Street. This is where Canton Street starts, as many would say, and the south end down by Postes is where it starts or stops. This drawing, this rendering is a real-life scale taken from about 6 feet off of street level. You can see our large plaza out front for the community. We've created depth by stepping the building back. We've got step backs. We've created all residential units that have private covered patios that are expensive to build, but they're going to demand the price point that we're looking to achieve. As you're coming up Thompson Place, here, Canton Street is where the cars stop. Here's our 3-story massing. It steps back to 4 stories. All these ins and outs, they create an interesting building envelope. Here's an active shot at 6 feet coming up Woodstock. You'll see the good residents to scale. They were nice enough to pass along their CAD files. We incorporated their home into our project. You can see the ridge of our 3rd story at this point, and then it steps back to the 4th story. This 4th story is where the penthouse units would be. But we're looking to do 12 to 14 units on that 4th story. The next slide, this is a rooftop shot. Canton Street, Woodstock, Thompson Place. 10 feet sidewalks around the entire length of the property. Here's the 2-story plaza, 3-story plaza. These are for the residences only. Our ground level courtyard. This is a public amenity space. And the white blocked area is our 4-story component, which again, we're looking to build 12 to 14 high-end condominium units. Next slide. Keep in mind the building facade has not been through HPC. This is scale and mass only. These are actually real-life shots of how the building comes up, steps back, the residential component starts. You see about a 3.5-foot parapet wall. Same here. This is a shot looking down at the Canton Street facade into the plaza. This plaza still has to be fine-tuned. It has to be tweaked. It has to be massaged. This is just an idea of what it could look like. To further talk about our request this evening, the multifamily conditional use. One more aerial shot of the plaza space, looking straight down and not at a perspective bird's eye view. This is a 1-story depth. There's about 150 feet from the curb to where our building steps up and goes vertical with the residential. Conditional use for multifamily housing. As we've stated before, our demand is for a high-end condominium, 1-level living, and we've made choices. We made choices to incorporate residential, and we feel that to limit the commercial, there's less traffic from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 p.m., and there's an immediate need for residential. We need to balance the uses on Canton Street. There's too much commercial and not enough residential right now. Talk to residential agents, commercial agents. It's no surprise there's a major need for residential in the area. We wanted to enhance the commercial businesses with walkable residential. And I want to talk about the financing for the project a bit. I've had questions asked, is this going to be an apartment complex? And the answer is no. It's not going to be an apartment complex. If we have a major downturn in the recession, in the economy, and we hit another recession, we need to have options to get out of this project. My partner and I have weathered the storm. We're in the minority of developers that stayed out of bankruptcy, stayed out of trouble. We've endured the test, and we've been smart. We've taken educated decisions in our projects. We've taken calculated risk. Right now, the request is for 80 units. We don't believe 80 units is going to be the number. It's roughly 166,000 square foot of residential. That's gross square footage. If you back out a typical loss factor on that 166,000 for corridors, hallways, interior space that's not included when you sell a condominium unit, that's about a 14 to 16, give or take, space. We don't believe 80 units are the number. We think it's less, but we want to have options. We want to be able to tailor that number accordingly. Obviously, we would never go up from there, but we could always come in and say, when we hit the market and we see what the market demands, we hope that unit count does go down. We would much rather sell 40, 50, 60 units and not 80. The 16,000 square foot of commercial within the project is a number that we've studied substantially, and a lot of industry experts will tell you that that number is we're pushing the envelope. We do not need any more commercial within this project. It is a happy mix. The buffer. The existing buffer. Right now we have a non-conforming lot. Mr. Rousey's office is between 19 and 20 feet off the property line. Roswell Transportation Department originally looked at our plans and met with us, and we studied a traffic circle, a roundabout at Canton and Woodstock. We took numerous suggestions into play, and we decided that the buffer variance was necessary to get a cut-through road around the property. We agree with transportation. It gives us options. And we creatively recharacterized the buffer. We're still exceeding the 40 feet from our building. And as a matter of fact, we're closer to 60 feet from the property line with our building. This buffer essentially allows our private driveway with public access to cut through that buffer. Here's a close-up slide. Here's our two existing property owners. The red area shows the buffer requirements for NX. You see we were at over 41 feet of the street from the tip of our building to the back corner. And in this section, we're 60, I can't see, is it 65 or 68 feet, this number? Closer to 70 feet from the back corner to the property line. You can see the driveway. To get it away from the intersection, this is the recommendation that the city made, and we feel like it's appropriate. To take this driveway around the property to allow visitors and residents to have options. Here's a shot of the driveway, our building, stepping back up to the 4 stories, the new house, the good residence, existing trees on site. And this is a wall, a concrete brick wall that surrounds the rear end of our property. I'll go back a slide. It starts roughly here, goes around the entire edge of the property to create that buffer. Here's a typical driveway section of the road. Here's the wall. We've got a 6-inch minimum clearance. This would be the low side of the property. Here's the driveway. We're at 26 feet wide now. I wanted to make one other point also. Within our buffer, we're essentially recharacterizing that buffer and providing close to the same square footage as what the buffer would entail, assuming we were not encroaching. The proposed buffer wall. This is just an example of a green wall with a screen on top. This is a concrete wall. It's got a screen above it, and this has been covered in vegetation to essentially create a green presence. Obviously, these designs would be taken into consideration through the HPC. The next item is the 4-story. This drawing that we've provided here shows the depth of the fourth story from around the curb, around the building, and the property line. We've got over 40 feet from the curb to the building here where it steps back to fourth story, 31 feet here at the shortest distance. We're 150 feet from the fourth story to the curb to the facade of our building here. That's longer than most people's lots along Thompson Street and Woodstock. We're 80 feet from Canton Street to the fourth story. We're 66 feet from the curb to the fourth story on Thompson, and we're 30 feet in this back corner along Thompson as well. The fourth story is approximately 35,000 saleable net square feet, and again, we would like to do 12 to 14 penthouse units depending on market conditions. By doing the fourth story, we've been able to make choices, shift massing, create open public space, create a truly interesting building, and follow the HPC in the spirit that it suggests that we proceed. This gives us an ability to create arts, plaza, open space, a music venue, holiday gatherings, a truly urban development. This next slide, I'm getting close. This next slide shows the breakup, and this is a horizontal breakup and massing around the building. This is a more expensive building to build, but Roswell deserves the best. We've got a 12-foot break in this building mass, 78 feet from this point to this point, 60 feet from this point to this point, 70 feet. We got all of these create an interesting architectural element. 43 feet, 51 feet. The plaza spans almost over 130 feet all the way around the front of the plaza. We have a 14-foot gap here, 125 feet here, 100 feet from this one story to this three-story where the four-story steps back, 70 feet along this three-story component, 10 feet, and it goes on the back. At no point are we greater than 125 feet with one contiguous element of the building without a break. Comments from the HPC Planning Commission. The HPC had no issues with the multifamily. There was some concern regarding the height, and this is after several concepts, and we've come quite a way since then. They did not entirely support the extra height, but they felt the proposed layout of the extra height was better than a three-story throughout the development, including right at the street. They felt the developer could make changes to better mitigate the impact of the increased height, especially as it relates to Woodstock. And this is what we've done. I've worked with Lou Oliver to an extent. He couldn't be here tonight. Lou has endorsed the project and said that we've made milestones moving forward. The buffer. The HPC had no issues with the requested variance of the neighborhood compatibility buffer. I wanted to show a shot of a streetscape from what's there at the site now, a proposed shot, and again at Thompson and Canton, and Thompson and Canton. Council and Mayor, I know these are hard choices. A lot of locations do not have an opportunity to build a bookend corner like this. These requests foster an opportunity for us, the development and the city as a whole, to deliver an award-winning masterpiece urban development. Please embrace responsible change. This is a sustainable project for the future, and make the best decision for the broader public. We're not setting a precedence. There's no other contiguous opportunities here to develop a bookend corner on 2.5 acres of a blighted piece of land. Let's not just do good. Let's do great. This is the right development, the right team, the right place, the right council, the right night, the right project. I encourage you to make this happen tonight. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Does the council have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lowry, I know you've said your plan is to make these condos, and I think there's always a concern when we look at multifamily to know what that will be, and I know that's trying to make something certain that isn't necessarily, but are there physical things you're doing in construction or legal things you're doing? Are you platting these as separate units? Are there things you can do that kind of can give us that
demonstrate that commitment to?
There are things we can do. For starters, from day one, I'd be happy to show our proposal from architectural firm. This was last year. This was for a condominium project. We've engaged with attorneys to discuss HOA requirements and to discuss the differences between sub-associations, the master association for the condominium units. Our intent is to plat these units prior to any CO with condominium individual tax parcel ID numbers. However, the financing mechanisms, all of these projects come down to financial engineering. And it's a very important component for this project. And we need to have the flexibility to underwrite this as an apartment project, for apartment financing reasons, as a mechanism to kickstart this project. Condominiums there's maybe 4 or 5 buildings significant that are either out of the ground or under construction in the Atlanta market today. There's hundreds of apartments. Lenders are still scared. I don't know if you read in the Atlanta Business Chronicle, an article came back, article came out. Is 2015 the return of the condo market? I think so. We're bullish on them. But we must not limit ourselves to have a restriction to be able to lease these units. If we have another 9/11, if we have another huge downturn in the market, we don't want to have a boarded up building that's half complete. Things can change like that.
Right.
And our
that.
lenders that we're talking to, they understand on the debt side for the construction loan, they understand what we're doing and think it's a smart, responsible approach in financing the project.
And I understand all that. I guess I'm looking for ways that we can give a level of comfort. I mean, would a condition that you individually plat them and record them individually would that be a hardship?
That wouldn't happen until the building is almost a certificate of occupancy. That's our intent. I'd have to think through that a little bit. I want to also share one thing I neglected to mention. These units are averaging 2,000 gross square feet, roughly 1,700 saleable square feet. Nobody, including ourselves, would say, let's go do an apartment deal and do a 1,700 average unit size. It's unheard of. We wouldn't be doing it. But we need to have that backstop. So as far as the conditions, I would need to think through that a little bit. We absolutely don't want to be limited. If I take these conditions and Mr. King and I go sit down with our debt source, and we talk with them, and they don't like that, we don't want to come back here and go through all this again. In good faith, and in our amendments, in some of these conditions, we absolutely, in good faith, would agree to act in good faith to deliver these units as condominiums and plat these and take those steps to provide condominium units. Our reputations are on the line. I'm not going to sit here and tell everybody straight face that we're doing a condo building and turn around next week and deliver and put signs up, coming soon, apartment complex. We've engaged with a high-end real estate company, and 2 of those ladies are here tonight. They would probably pull me outside and choke me if they thought we were doing apartments on this site. I don't know what else to tell you other than we need the flexibility, and they never have been, nor are they planned to be apartments. The building facade and articulation, the expense to build this building, it's not feasible as an apartment complex. It gets you by. It keeps your head above water if things go haywire, but that's it.
But as far as interior construction, there's differences, right, between apartments and in between
Absolutely.
condo units. Are those in your plans? Is
Absolutely.
Those specifications
They are.
Condo specifications?
They are. We've taken extreme measurements with all of our interior finishes and intent and plans. And in fact, assuming we get through here tonight, and we're going to be moving towards and putting together some marketing collateral to go ahead and test the market and see what that average unit size is. Hopefully it is a 60 unit condo project.
Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Lowry, so I'm assuming, I was just about ready to ask you a question until you threw that last statement in. Because I understand where Councilmember Diamond's coming from, and I was going to see if we could suggest maybe an average unit size and a minimum square footage size. And that way, that would kind of lock in no stacked flats or whatever. And I was going to see what you thought about that, but then you threw out something about doing a market study to see what would be the average unit size.
Yes, ma'am. The problem with decreasing our unit counts is that we're already at a substantially large average unit size. And if we're going to be north of, say, $350 a square foot as our sales price, and we start getting into a 2,000, 2,200 net saleable square footage condo unit, we're going to, again, put ourselves in a situation where we do not have choices and we don't have the opportunity to provide product for, we're going to be out of the sixes all of a sudden.
Okay, are you comfortable with the minimum square footage per unit and not an average square unit?
I would be
per
comfortable
unit?
with that. It just depends on, obviously, the number.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Sure.
Because I heard that you said something about between 1,700 and going up. So
Sure. That's
I
our.
mean, if we put in that the average unit size would have to be 16, or minimum size would have to be 1,600 square feet, or 1,700 square feet.
Sure. We would be okay with that.
And that's, well, I'm just, that's something I would have to float with my colleagues, but I wanted to see what you thought first. I mean, we're just trying to find, I understand about your financial and that you can't get the financing, and even if we try to do an HOA covenant, they still look at that and, that type of thing. So I'm just trying to find a comfort level here. And if we can do a minimum square footage heated.
Councilmember Nguyen, what I heard was, he said he was okay with a 1,600 square foot minimum unit size.
16 or 17?
16.
16.
Great.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, and one other thing, height of the retaining walls around, do you have the height of the retaining walls?
I'd like to have our civil engineer is in the room. I'd like to have him come up and elaborate on that a bit further, if I may.
Okay.
I will tell you the average is between 6 and at the highest point 22 feet, I believe. I would.
Well, let's bring him forward to answer that question.
I have one other question
Okay.
for Mr. Lowry about the driveway, proposed driveway. If you do not get the variance for the approval for the variance, do you all have anything else in a way of being able to put this driveway in? Because having condos and retail and commercial, my understanding from my transportation department, that they like to have full exits on Thompson and Canton Street.
Right. Our original proposal did not have a connecting driveway. Transportation, again, we've worked in numerous meetings. In a nutshell, they thought it was a good idea. We think it's a good idea. Now, the driveway right now is the furthest away from the property line that it could be, with still providing at least a 10-foot landscape strip between that wall and the property line. So if we shifted the driveway any further, we're going to be getting close to that intersection, and that's not a good idea.
Well, if you shifted it, I'm assuming you would have to go underground.
That would be a concept that we'd have to explore. We don't want to do that. We don't think that's the right approach.
Okay, thank you.
And we have studied this significantly. Traffic engineers, the city transportation, civil engineers.
Well, the only reason I'm going to bring this up is because it was pointed out to me that Mr. Antweiler, who's on our transportation staff, said at the planning commission that he thought that y'all could shift the driveway 30 feet, be out of the buffer, and still operate acceptably with the signal location at Canton Street. So I don't know if I need somebody from transportation to clarify that or what, but that's what was stated.
Let's wait until we complete this, the applicant's presentation. If council has any questions for staff at that time, we'll go into it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Orleans, Councilman Orleans.
Mr. Lowry, back to the concept here, talking about apartments. So would you be willing to put in HOA covenants with a maximum percentage of the residents to be able to rent?
We do not want to do that, because at the end of the day, that goes back to essentially saying you can't do apartments. We don't want to do apartments, but we don't have that flexibility. And our lender's going to say, whoa, I don't know if that's going to work. It's not going to work.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
First, let me say I actually do think there are a lot of good elements to this project, so I think you have done a number of things that follow UDC elements, and I think that's a great thing. But it's funny that a number of the things that you selected as being things to point out, I've selected to point out things that really aren't done as well. And one of my concerns is, the stepping back is great from the front. In fact, I think this corner from Canton and Woodstock has a lot of great elements there. But the real step back issue, and the reason that the bulk plan and other things were put in, was actually to protect the folks who are on the other sides. And so what we've ultimately done is pushed all that back, but then we're forgetting that that's also a front to some other people. So, the things I have brought up and have to go through some of the same things are, looking at how it impacts around. And instead, what we're doing is putting those heights back along those areas, which, if it weren't for some of those elements, and I think the very first time we ever looked at this and talked to her, I said, that's just a lot. If it weren't for that a lot part, there's a lot of good things to this. And if you can figure out how to address some of those, then I think we might, everybody could probably be on board. Because I do think, talking to folks, they're not against things, it's just that this is just so much. So what you just said is a concern, though, because if, no disrespect to you, but a developer, you have certain constraints, and we just had one down the street who we redid the whole thing, and now they've sold it. So all the agreements with them, it don't matter, because it's the next person in. And if you're not willing to say no apartments, frankly, it could be apartments. So, I just have a real concern with that. But the key things in the UDC back are maintaining the traditional building alignment along the street, maintaining the orientation of buildings along the street, the stepping back appropriate next to smaller buildings, design the mass to appear subordinate to the historic context. New buildings should be stepped down towards lower scaled neighbors. Those are some of the key things that, there are pieces of that, but there's not enough of it, and there's still just too much as part of this project. So what are you willing to do, I guess, anything to address any of those aspects?
Well, the first thing I'd like to point out, the Good Residence is the new construction on Woodstock Street. The corner of our building to the corner of their home is 67 feet. That's larger than the separation than I'm guessing, I'm speculating, over 90% of the stepbacks between any other properties in that immediate area. From the Plattenberg residence, the flag lot where their home is in the back, we're roughly 125 feet from the edge of our building to their home. 125 feet. That is a substantial distance where we're going to landscape that buffer, and essentially that building is just going to go away. Now, as far as what can we do to go above and beyond that, we're looking at doing plantings along the plazas, or excuse me, the rooftop balconies, if you will, on the top of the third floor. So we've taken that into consideration when we designed the plan to stay far away from their homes and take into consideration the better the community and the Canton Street as a whole, and look at where the general public is going to see the building. So there again, we're maintaining 125 feet from the Plattenberg residence, 67 feet from the Good residence, and we're still providing our 4-story from the corner of Canton and Woodstock is 125 feet, I believe it was. So when we start talking about what else can we do to mitigate these, we've gone down a path where these plans, like I've mentioned before, we've probably done over 30 versions of these plans, and we feel like this is the best comprehensive, responsible approach to find a happy medium between everybody. Is there a specific suggestion that you had in mind?
Well, one of the things you probably, I'm sure you I'm sure you've seen the bulk plane that does not take into account the 40-foot reduction, which then reduces the height closer to the Woodstock side, or the 42 Woodstock side, is one example. But basically, to follow that type of idea, where we have 2-story at the street level, backing up in the next story up, the third story being back further.
Sure.
And then I think ultimately, and you've done that on some of these pieces, and I think we need to respect all the people that live around it as well, because again, this is a major building put in a place that doesn't have that right now. And it's a major change what we have. Nothing wrong with change, but we've got to be careful what we put in there. So that's one example. If you, and I can already probably guess the answer, that if you took a 2-story exterior range around the whole building, moved up to third story, stepping back one all around, which is going to reduce your square foot.
Well, it sounds those comments are well heard, but we're starting to get into a total building redesign. And again, we've worked with a lot of boards, HPC professionals. We're not asking for a bulk plane variance. We are abiding by the UDC and our bulk plane measurements. So
if the variance is granted.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You are correct. The rest of the building, we've all taken that into consideration, and we took into consideration, too, the distance and the separations from the neighbors in our building at the 125 feet and the 67 feet, which is a generous urban setback in this environment. Now, again, we're not, the bulk plane height around the entire perimeter is per the UDC, and as you mentioned, it's not on the side adjacent to the Good and the Plattenberg's residence, but the variance would incorporate that into what we're asking for.
We have a thing we asked for. I don't know if you have, but it's the what do we call it? Sight line exhibit, where we did ask staff to look at different places and how that would appear from those people's residences. And as you were correct in that the distance is there, but the height is 100 feet is not as far as it sounds when you're talking about 85 feet high. And in some of these examples, as you just mentioned, you have a 22-foot retaining wall, then things on top of that. And so we're talking extreme height. And I don't know that I can't imagine you're planting trees that would be high enough to cover that. So, or are you? Because that's a big tree.
Well, we actually have not finished our landscaping plan, and we would not do that until we knew what project we're building here. But there are a lot of measurements to be taken into consideration in some high-end plantings that we are proposing for the site. Now, I'm not prepared right now to give you a list of what those plantings would be, but the entire retaining wall would be screened in a green manner. That's our intent, our plan, an intent to work with the HPC regarding what that would look like. And then when you go from there, the building, there's another buffer between the driveway and the road where we would do substantial plantings in that area. And the building, sure, you'll see the building, but with all the landscaping that we're proposing there, it'd be very thick foliage to actually get a mass shot from that property line, those neighboring properties of our building.
All right, one last thing to change the subject, that when it was first submitted to the city and then it went before Planning Commission, it was at 70 units, and then it just changed to 80 before it got to us. I'm not sure if we were actually notified that or just had to notice that. So what, 80 is the number we're looking at?
I'll answer that question. When they first submitted, the site plan did say 70, and that is what the staff had. However, from what I understand, there was a miscommunication between the architect of the applicant's team and the engineer. And the engineer submitted the plans that showed 70. About the week before Planning Commission, when our staff report went out to them, the applicant called me and said, we had indicated 80 units. I said, well, the site plan shows 70. So the plans that went to Planning Commission that had to be discussed were 70 units. So when they revised their plans after Planning Commission, they did show the 80 units, which is what they wanted to indicate to Planning Commission.
Okay. And in the traffic study, it says 70 apartments. So is that also miscommunication?
Our traffic study?
The traffic study specifically says it's done based on 70.
Rob, do you treat the apartments and condominiums at the same level of study? Okay. If we can finish asking questions, I'm going to let Rob, or he can come up right now, and you had a question for Keith as well. Your call.
Anybody else have a question?
Any
But
other
to
questions for this representative? We've got two experts, and I think we need to call and perhaps ask other questions. Any other questions? Councilmember Ippolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lowry, a lot of the comments we're hearing about the project are not so much about the architecture. I think a lot of people like the rendering that's up on the screen right now. I think there's some great elements to that. The big issue really comes to the fourth story. And I know you've designed this with a lot of nuances to it, which make the building really interesting, but it's caused the height to get pushed up. And have you thought about, if you didn't have that fourth story that you're asking for, what would the impact be on the overall project?
Sure, we've evaluated that. We evaluated that prior to purchasing the property, and there again, that goes back to we made a decision to purchase the property, or a portion of the property, prior to these proceedings and this legislation passing. And the project still pencils, but it's just not the pedestrian, award-winning project that we want to deliver and that we feel like Roswell deserves. It truly has a pedestrian area that's going to be far from any other, and people are going to come to Roswell to look at this project when it's built, if this project is built, and it's going to be an example for other communities to follow.
So to go down to a 3-story maximum, a lot of these areas would get filled in just by necessity?
Correct. Well, what we do at that point, if we don't get the 4-story approved, we go back to the drawing board and we start shifting massing. We look at massing. We look at the project as a whole. We understand parking. We have to understand what the ultimate building envelope looks like. And then we essentially, we get to huddle the team back up and we say, okay, how can we do the best we can do here to make a great project? May not be an award winner, but it's going to be great.
Okay, thank you.
It's about, just for clarification too, that 4th story is about 22% of the square footage of the residential as a whole, give or take.
Of the residential, and about what percentage
of the
whole project?
Of the 166,000 square feet.
Okay, so it's 22% of just the residential. So it's.
That's right. On the 4th floor. The 4th floor is about 22% of that.
Okay.
So we would look at saying, okay, how can we consolidate some of that massing on the lower levels? And the plaza, would most likely get smaller.
Okay, thank you.
If you'll bring your, I think there was a question regarding the retaining wall, and then there was a question.
Traffic.
Traffic.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Keith Hightower with Hayes, James & Associates for the Civil Engineers. My address is 6810 Island Point Drive, Beaufort, Georgia. Jackie's getting me set up here for a second. Yeah. Okay. Regarding the retaining wall, if you look at the site plan, the low point that comes along this property line is where this pipe is exiting. That's roughly an elevation of 1,065. The road elevation there is going to be approximately 1080. So that's a 15-foot difference.
Before we go any further, we can't see the
you can't?
marker.
Okay.
Is there a way for us to see that?
I don't know. Okay. I apologize, the contour lines don't show very clearly on this particular exhibit. Coming down this property line here, this is the pipe exiting the underground detention That's roughly at 1,065, which is the low point of the property. The road elevation at the curb is at 1080, so that's a 15-foot elevation difference, and then you'll have a 6-foot wall above that, making it a 21-foot wall total. That's the highest or the lowest point of the property, the highest elevation of the wall. You go back uphill towards Woodstock and back uphill towards Thompson to culminate in just a 6-foot wall, which is required in the buffer itself.
Any questions for the engineer? Councilman Member Eichelhart.
So based on that, if that's the low point, it basically then follows just kind of the turning straight, fairly going up to 6 feet from 21, or down to 6 feet, I guess.
On the neighbor side, it's going to be natural grade going back up. We chose to put the wall on the inside of the buffer to leave that natural for existing trees around on the neighbor's property. But what dictates that elevation is 10% maximum grade coming down from Woodstock, which is based on fire code. So we can't go any lower there, and then we come back up gradually to about this point, and then we get about within a foot of grade, and then from there up, it's roughly the 6-foot required wall.
And the 6 foot is the above the grade wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for the engineer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rob Ross with Kimley Horn Associates, 817 West Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Suite 601. We prepared the traffic study. There's a question about the number of units and the type of use that we used for the study. The original study that we submitted to the city included 70 apartment units and 15,000 square feet of retail. Since that original submittal, we updated the estimated traffic for the project to include 80 units and 16,303 square feet of retail. And in discussions with city staff, that was not deemed significant enough to warrant updating the traffic study. We didn't believe that it would change any of the recommendations or conclusions from the study or from staff. So I don't want to speak for staff, but that's my understanding of the conclusion that was reached. And at the time when we were preparing the study, there was still a question whether the intent was to provide apartments or condos. We looked at the traffic generation of both apartments and condos. Apartments are estimated to generate slightly more traffic than condos, and so we assumed apartments as the use in the traffic study to assume slightly more traffic in the event that it does go condo, just to make sure that the study would be conservative in that event.
Any other questions for the engineer? Any closing words from the applicant?
I want to discuss the conditions briefly. Then I can't read it. Okay. Oh, yeah. These are the conditions alternative that Jackie discussed with you earlier. There are certain points I think I want to point out to assist us in our study. Condition number 2, if you don't approve the variance for the driveway, then that's probably going to become non-existent. If there is no second entry to the property, there's no need to try and put turn lanes down Woodstock Road. Condition number 4, likewise, if you don't grant the variance for the driveway, won't matter anymore, and I think that's what the blue change is that the staff has put in there for you. Condition number 7, and we've talked about alternate language, that is the one that gives me the most concern. I'm sure the mayor and I both remember way back to the time when it was Hobo's service station. I used to buy my fish bait there when I was in high school. I don't know what is under that intersection. I don't know that anybody knows. We have no objection within the realm of reason to burying the utilities that we can bury. My fear, if you make it a hard and fast condition, is that if we go to the different utilities, or we start to dig, or we send the people out who mark for digging, and they say, I'm sorry, but there is an AT&T fiber optic line down there, and you shall not disturb it, or they say there's a sewer line down there, or they say there's a 12-inch water main, or any combination of the above, then we have a condition that we cannot comply with. So if we find some way to phrase that so that if it's practical, if feasible, if allowed by the respective utilities, we don't have any problem doing it. We agree that makes it more attractive. But only the good Lord knows what's under that corner up there. It's been there a long time. That was my statement on that one. I think, again, in number 8, that, again, is assuming the approval of the driveway variance, and so that could come out of play if that weren't in place. And I think that's basically the bottom line of those comments. Mr. Mayor, as we close our front presentation and turn it over for public comment, I'll make one other request of Mayor and Council, and that is at the end of the evening, if we come up with conditions that aren't contained on this page, I would respectfully request that the applicant be given the opportunity to respond to those after rebuttal is closed, because he has no idea what they might be, and it might be important to all concerned.
You will have that opportunity.
Thank you. With that, subject to any further questions from the City Council, we reserve our remaining time for rebuttal.
Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Diamond.
So, Mr. Earlater, what I'm hearing is if you don't get the variance on the buffer, you're not going to put in the two-way drive, the throughway.
I'm not sure that it's possible. I'm not telling you point blank we won't. But if it turns out we can't, if we can't dig it under the building and put it there, then I just want us all to understand that those particular conditions, which I'll refer to traffic improvements on Woodstock Street, may become void.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Eichelhart.
I'm not sure this is a question for the applicant, but related to what you just said. As I understand, the variance is not required to put that driveway in because the driveway is allowed in a setback. The real issue is what becomes that point of a bulk plane, what are some of the other elements that are in there. So I don't think that's required to be able to put in a driveway.
We don't think we can put that driveway in that 40-foot buffer. We'll defer to staff.
Can staff answer? If staff understands the issue, can staff answer it? I'm not sure I understand the issue, but hopefully y'all do.
2.2.10 setback encroachments, number 12, driveways may encroach into required setback.
Just going to double check that.
I had a mark, sorry.
Yes.
So Mr. Eichelhart's point is
behind the buffer.
Start
The
over again.
driveway can encroach into the setback,
But not into the buffer.
Under the buffer.
So if the buffer variance were not granted, there wouldn't be room in this area to put it.
To build a driveway.
Councilmember Eichelhart, do you understand that position?
I understand what you're saying. I'm have to look at a couple other things.
All right. Mr. Rollator, you may have a seat.
Thank you.
The process from this point forward, we will have a public hearing. You will have up to, yes. We'll ask staff questions right now. Let me finish my comments and we'll ask staff questions and then we'll move forward. So after council has a few follow-up questions for staff, the next step in the process will be a public hearing. Everyone in this room can have up to 5 minutes to talk. That could take a long time if everyone takes 5 minutes. Following that, there'll be an opportunity for rebuttal to address new issues that may have been brought up by the applicant. Once the applicant has an opportunity for rebuttal, council will entertain a motion. If there are new conditions, I've told Mr. Rollator we'll allow him to respond to those new conditions. There'll be a motion, there'll be discussion, and finally there will be a vote. But in the meantime, I try not to hold people for more than 2 hours in these hard seats. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. At 9:05, we're going to reconvene this meeting. If you're not in your seat, you can move to the hall and continue your discussion, but at 9:10, I want the council back in their seat and anyone who wishes to speak in their seat. And if you wish to be heard earlier rather than later, I've called the people on the front rows before I call the people on the back rows. So you have a 10-minute break. Everyone will have a seat. Everyone needs to take a seat. Who'd like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
My name is Janet Russell, and I do not live near this property, but I have been a resident at 260 Willow Springs Drive, which is down by the river, since 1973. I attend almost every meeting of City Council for the last 40 years. I know where all the bodies are buried. Thank you. You like that?
I don't want any interruption. Next interruption, we're calling a break. I don't care whether you're positive or negative. I'm not tolerating interruptions.
You might as well throw me out. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You're using my 5 minutes, Mayor.
Councilmember Eichelhart may speak if he wishes. But
Please
if I
stop
hear
the clock.
any outbursts from the audience, positive, negative, indifferent, I'll call a break. This meeting is going to last a long time without breaks. So, Councilmember Eichelhart, do you wish to say anything?
No, but I think a laugh is probably acceptable.
Thank you. Sometimes
But
we
for the
need a
record,
laugh.
A laugh is not acceptable. A snicker is not acceptable. Nothing is acceptable while someone is speaking. Whether it's positive or negative, I'm not going to tolerate it because it's an interruption. Mrs. Russell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I expect the same back from you. I've lived here a very long time, and when I attended the UDC meetings when they were first discussing them a couple of years ago, I was appalled that you were going to permit 3 stories on Canton Street. Appalled and shocked, but not surprised. It's never pretty when greed becomes the dominating, motivating factor in a city. Greed, greed, greed. Canton Street has become the focal point of a lot of investment in this town and a lot of interest. I think it's going to kill itself. It's the goose that laid the golden egg, and pretty soon there will be no more eggs. The people that live around here, around this street, have a right to preserve their neighborhood. You know that thing Mr. Lowry, I guess is his name, called space making or place making? Well, when I grew up, it was called a neighborhood. You didn't have to place make. You made friends. So I have a couple of quick questions for you. I don't know who's going to answer them since they can't interrupt. But one, who's going to provide the water for this project? We just built a water treatment plant that we didn't need to build. And we did not increase the capacity, but we've increased 300 units over here on Fraser Street. We've increased about 40 units behind the jail. Now we're going to have 80 or more units. And if this is water provided by the city of Roswell, we're going to be under capacity for providing water. 20% of our population gets their water from the city. The other 80 gets it from Fulton County. And the city decided that they should stay in the water business. And those of us who pay for the water from Roswell will pay for the $16 million water treatment plant. No one else. So who pays for that water, or who's going to provide it? Secondly, I just did a quick run of the numbers. If you have 80 units, that's 160 cars. The average is 2 round trips a day per car. That will increase the cars on Woodstock Road by annually 116,800. Woodstock Street, that doesn't include all the growth in Woodstock itself. So you will make Woodstock Street basically impassable, where there is 3 churches, 2 schools, a park. Nobody's going to be able to cross it. I don't know what you're thinking, except I know dollar signs, they have a really loud voice. The building material, the exterior, it's brick apparently from the design. If you want to see what 3-story brick buildings look like, I take Marta often to Emory University, and the bus turns at the Terra Cinema. Across the street on a 4-lane highway are 3-story brick buildings, and they're not pretty, nor are they in keeping with the materials that are used in this area on Canton Street. As I recall, when you were doing some kind of Oak Street, Grove Way project, one of the things was you would be materials sensitive. And this has not been addressed at all in this project. This project should have been 1 story, 2 at the most, and created another small neighborhood of small homes that are affordable. I don't know who's going to spend $400,000 to $900,000 to live on Woodstock Road in Roswell, because if they have that kind of money, they should live in Paris. With all due respect to Mr. King and Mr. Lowry, you're not in this business for a hobby. You're in it to make a lot of money. And you want to add these 14 units of presidential or penthouse suites. If they're going to be $700,000 to $800,000, that means you're trying to net about $10 million in extra money. Greed is never pretty, and it's really not pretty when you're damaging other people's neighborhoods.
Who'd like to speak next? Come forward. I didn't explain it first. There's a 5-minute time limit. When you begin speaking, the green light goes on. 1 comes on at 2 minutes, and red light means you need to wrap it up.
Hi, my name is Sally McKenzie, and I live at 47 Goulding Place. I'm going to speak tonight. I'm actually beginning a presentation with 4 or 5 other folks, so if that's okay with everybody else that would like to speak. There are 4 or 5 of us that would like to go next to each other. Thank you, by the way, for hearing us. Thank you, everybody, for coming, who is for smart, informed development in Roswell. I was going to present 2 videos by the City of Roswell, Brad Townsend, regarding density and apartments, but apparently we can't run the videos. The Density 101 video speaks to how the UDC treats density, and it basically Brad says, and I'm sorry if I get anything wrong here, I would love it if we could see Brad saying it, but he says that changes in density are community driven in the UDC. So what we are proposing here on this corner should be a community driven change, or something that we want, as opposed to what a developer who is asking for 40 apartments wants. With that, I'm going to pass it on to David Fagan. Thank you.
Your time will start over again. So I'm not charging each one of you.
Thank you. David Fagan. We live at 36 Fowler Avenue, and I guess I have the misfortune of having recently built a house about a block and a half from a blighted area. Want to just make a few points and go fairly quickly. I also want to make one other comment to Mr. Rollator. I think Slate closed down because the food wasn't very good. But again, I hope I don't offend anybody. I do think, as I'm getting ready for our slides, just to say that it's troubling that they're portraying this area as something that's underserved, that there's no opportunity for. It's certainly our understanding that they paid over $2 million for 2 acres, which is not what I would understand is the going rate for blighted property. We moved to this area because of the charm and nature of historic Roswell. I think it's a great place to live. I think other people want to be there. I think there's tremendous opportunity for development, and this is not the only development that can survive on this property. We also feel that you guys have already anticipated what is happening here. People are spending a lot of money to try to maximize their profit. I believe, or we believe, that the UDC guards against that, and I think there are several parts of the UDC that they're violating. I think the biggest thing is just the mass and density of the project. Again, you all know this better than I do, but the UDC gives guidelines so that certainly something like this I don't think should happen. And even the UDC states that some of those guidelines may not even be appropriate, that more stringent requirements need to be in place based on the importance of the property. I know that we've pointed out several of these points have already been pointed out. One of the things in the UDC is they're supposed to maintain traditional open space patterns. If you look at the 5 parcels that are there right now, at least 50% of that acreage is open space. With the new proposal, almost 90% of the acreage is going to be a building. The mass of the building should appear subordinate to the historic context. This building is massive. I think probably the biggest thing, especially for the neighbors, the Plattenbergs and the Goods, is this building. The UDC states that you should avoid positioning taller portions of the structure adjacent to residential areas. And I think there are 2 points there, and I think the Goods and certainly the Plattenbergs are going to be significantly impacted by this project. We also feel that it may actually set a precedence. This is opening up the floodgates. I think there are a lot of people that want to develop in downtown Roswell. I think if the variances that they're asking for are approved, there are only going to be more people trying to do similar type developments. And I actually feel in retrospect, had we had input had some kind of architectural review, this would have maybe have been an easier process for all involved. I know that may not be possible. But again, we feel that it's a wonderful project. They're nice people, but it just doesn't belong where they're trying to put it.
Next. Who'd like to speak next? Come forward.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Amy Spielman. I'm at 455 Knowles Drive. I'm going to talk about location, scale, and site design. Each historic context has their own identity, characteristics, and guidelines, some of which you just heard. The Upper Canton Historic District is not Lower Canton, Town Square, Mill Village, Mimosa Boulevard, or the 2 tie-in districts of Alpharetta and Atlanta Street or Groveway area. It is defined by residential structures with landscape front yards. The 4 properties, I think it's the 4 or 3 properties on Woodstock are in the historic district by boundary. The historic district has had no more than 8 units per acre. This proposal is 32 units per acre. That's a 300% increase of units, and it's too much. This proposal is surrounded by 1- and 2-story structures. Suites is the only 3-story pre-UDC building on Upper Canton, and it's maintained its front and side yard patterns as well as a step-back 3rd floor. Per the UDC video we should have just seen, 3 or more stories were intended to be in the nodes and corridors. The design guidelines provide context-specific guidance for new development and redevelopment that Dave before me just mentioned. I want to note that even a 3-story building, according to the design guidelines, would have to maintain traditional front and side yard patterns, but to have taller sections step back from the streets and neighbors, just like suites. Buffers and height restrictions were placed in the UDC and reiterated in guidelines for a reason, at great cost to the residents, with more than 2 years of deliberation. From east to west, this is roughly 460 feet in length. I'm talking point to point. From north to south, it's approximately 270. It will always be 15 feet taller on the western side of Woodstock. It would be an additional 10 feet to the terrace level of 54 and 52 Woodstock Road. So 60 or 70 feet, depending on a 3 or 4 story. That's between 5 and 6 stories tall. A bird's eye view or footprint of the building would hold approximately 1 2/3 football fields minus the end zones, or 2 DoubleTree hotels, 2 Nissan dealerships, or 5 La Quinta Inns, all found on Holcomb Bridge Road. So that's like 2 DoubleTrees on 2 acres less of what the current DoubleTree is on now. But the nice thing about these buildings is that they are surrounded by space and situated well on their lots. That is appropriate. At more than 180,000 gross square feet, this proposed building mass is equal to 3 football fields, 5 public grocery stores, and 1.5 Costco's. One single building of this size and mass does not belong in the historic district. It's too much. Site design. How it relates to its neighbors, not very well. It's maxing out 2.5 acres and looming over 1 and 2-story structures. This effectively creates a new city block surrounded by roads on all 4 sides, with neighbors on all 4 sides in the historic district. The guidelines need to apply to all 4 sides. We would like to see more retail, more mixed use, and more true public space, more public green space, and less residential and office space. Vickers is not compatible with Upper Canton Historic District. The height, scale, and mass are not appropriate. A massive urban core located at the gateway to our historic district wedged between 1 and 2-story structures. New construction needs to be in harmony to surrounding neighborhoods. Don't focus on the pretty pictures or on the very small percentages of the buildings being shown. Instead, visualize this violent disruption this proposal will create. The city should demand excellence in planning and architecture, and with regard to urbanist principles, it should uphold recommendations to the city's own design guidelines, which articulate the city's vision for growth, specifically in the historic district, and which build on the UDC. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Caruth, and I live at 46 Goulding Place in the Historic District of Roswell. I'm an architect that practices here in Roswell, and I'm a former member of the Roswell Design Review Board. The last few years I served as chair of the board. I'm here with my wife Leslie tonight. She's also an architect here in Roswell. Let me start by saying that Leslie and I are supportive of a project on this site in general, that we recognize the land is in need of redevelopment, and if it's done well, it will be of great benefit to the district and the city. However, we have serious concerns we'd like to see addressed. I served on the UDC Advisory Committee for 18 months, and I know you all spent countless hours reviewing and approving the UDC and the design guidelines. I would hope that you all felt that we did a good job for the city. We put some pretty good rules in place, some good guidelines of what should occur in the historic district and along this stretch of Upper Canton and Woodstock. I joined this group presentation tonight to discuss respecting the neighbors of the development. This project abuts a residential community that is growing, that is continuing to grow, that represents a significant investment in their individual properties. This project needs to respect those investments. We've heard a lot from the developer about their efforts on Canton Street, on the Canton Street side, but what about the other sides? These other sides are important also. This project becomes very tall, very blocky, and looming as soon as you go around the corners from Canton Street, either street. In an email I sent to you, I noted that the UDC stipulated 3.5 stories. That should be plenty for this location. That should be enough. End of discussion. An additional floor at this major corner will not only detract aesthetically, but will encourage other developers to continue to overwhelm the district. It is out of scale and contrary to the city's design guidelines for this area. We ask you to make the developer and his designers to adhere to the UDC guidelines for the Upper Canton Street zone. The UDC put in well-reasoned neighborhood compatibility buffers and bulk plane requirements in order to protect adjacent residential property owners from large-scale developments. The developer has asked for relaxing the buffer in order to provide an access road that the city staff has deemed a good thing. We oppose granting the buffer variance as proposed because of the impact on the adjacent neighbors. Per my discussions with planning staff, if you grant this variance as proposed, the bulk plane would begin at the 10-foot point. That is too close to the neighbors. I sent you this alternative suggestion in my email. If you do see fit to grant a variance to allow the access road, we ask that you add a condition to respect the original bulk plane requirement. This is illustrated on the diagram. The bulk plane would start per the current code 50 feet from the property line. That's the 40-foot buffer plus a 10-foot setback. This bulk plane would move the buildings a little further away from the neighbors, reducing the looming mass of the buildings next to these neighbors. This is a reasonable compromise that protects the neighbors as UDC intended, but it also gives the developer some needed plan flexibility with his access road. One other thing to consider, in discussing this with Brad Townsend, he indicated that the bulk plane would be begin at the average grade. Building height is defined using average grade, but UDC clearly states in 3.3.4 that bulk plane is measured at the setback line. That has to be at grade. I don't see how you can define it any other way. And I would ask that you do that so we don't end up with some floating arbitrary line that we're basing the bulk plane on. In summary, Leslie and I have voiced support for the conditional use request for the multifamily, but we ask that you deny the request for additional height and the reduction of the buffer. If you see fit to grant the buffer, please hold the line and stick to the original bulk plane. I said this to the HPC and the Planning Commission. We have a precious thing that has evolved on Canton Street. You need to be very careful about what you allow going forward. As Don Rollator said, Canton Street is the most significant thing in Roswell in the last 10 years. You could kill the goose that laid Roswell's golden egg. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir. Are you with this same organization? I'll let this group that is scheduled their talk finish before we go beyond that. I think they've got sort of a pattern here. I'll let them wrap it up. Are you? How many more speakers with your group?
I believe we have one more.
Two more.
Two
All right, thank you.
More. we try not to overwhelm you guys. Mayor Wood, members of the council, good evening. We appreciate you guys giving us this opportunity to speak to you. I'm going to cover some specific things around the traffic. My name is Brett Johnson. I live at 130 Broadmeadow Cove here in Roswell. I first moved to Roswell back in 1989. Matter of fact, when I moved here, Wildwood Springs wasn't actually part of Roswell yet, right? So I've had the opportunity to come in and see not only the progression and the growth of Roswell, but get a good sense for what's made it Roswell great and what actually drove my wife and I to buy our house here in Roswell. Right? So if you look at what the traffic plan is proposing, we all understand that development requires new traffic. One of the things we wanted to cover tonight was to give you in more graphical terms what that impact would be. So we're talking about roughly 600 ins and outs per day. I'm not sure how many times you guys have been on Woodstock Road or Canton Road in the morning or about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But if you think about that logically, 600 entry exits is about another additional quarter mile of traffic, right? Not a small thing. So if you look at what we're put together here from a graphical perspective, this takes into consideration all the new developments that have been built over the last couple of years. Right? We look at City Walk, we look at Goulding, and then we look at Vickers Village. Now, I know we're taking a more of a myopic approach of just the Thompson Place, the Woodstock Road, Canton Corner. But the reality is, for people like me that live half a mile up the road, right across from the elementary school, not only will this impact us on a day-to-day basis, but realize that as traffic gets worse on this particular corner, guess what happens to roads like mine, Broadmeadow Cove? We start getting frustrated, angry drivers looking for cut-throughs to avoid that traffic. I have 5 children, 4 of which are under the age of 11. Now, it's already bad enough because I understand we're on the road and we're going to have that. But if we start to have the type of backups that you're looking at just up here, and they start cutting through my neighborhood, then what? How's the council going to address that problem? Is that part of the plan within the actual development? Now, I understand it's very difficult to scale out the vision and see the unintended consequences of these types of projects. But I ask the council and the mayor to please take that into consideration when you're looking at it. It's more than just the variances of the height and the setbacks and all that good stuff, which is very important, I understand. But more importantly to me and other members of the community that have to deal with the aftermath of this is the diminished values of our homes due to traffic. Right? This is a view of Canton Street. Right? This is the morning. This isn't during 5 after 5. This isn't rush hour and at 6 o'clock. This is the morning. Now you're going to add 300 more cars of this in that 45-minute frame. Now imagine not only this, but we have that new school coming up on Highway 9. What's that impact going to have? That's Woodstock Road. We've all been here. My house, just up the road from there. Matter of fact, I know that Mr. Lowry was talking about having his child at the 5 after 5. I brought my whole family down there. And the traffic that night was bad enough. We can't close all of Canton Road because it just apparently backed everything up. Imagine 300 more cars a day on that little stretch. More pictures. This doesn't bode well from the trees and the setbacks. This is what really happens when you start to overdevelop a specific area of town that was not designed to handle that type of traffic. Let's get into the more morbid part. It's going to cause more traffic accidents. It's going to cause more injuries. And when you increase the density and the compression of traffic in areas that aren't currently designed to handle that, we all know what's going to happen, right? And then when people come to you and ask you to do something about traffic, why didn't you see this happening? I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen on Canton Street. We're going to have more of these types of issues if we throw more cars in that small area. Now, the recurring theme is, let's not destroy the goose. Right? They're trying to take advantage of what makes Roswell special, and unfortunately, the process they're going to destroy that what makes us special. Thank you.
the last one in the line here. So, my name is George Plattenberg. You've heard my name before. My wife Betsy and I live at 54 Woodstock Road, directly behind where the proposed new development is located. I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight. Let's take a quick look at the neighborhood area. That's what I want to talk about. We've talked a lot about this building. We've talked about Canton Street. Let's talk about the neighbors that sort of abutted on three sides. You know, real people, real houses, taxpayers, voters, and it's not completely blighted. And again, this building is just very large. Again, we're talking, 5 Publix, 3.5 football fields. It's completely out of scale for what's really kind of a vibrant, revitalized neighborhood. If you drive down Thompson or Long or Woodstock, there's a lot of money going into renovating current homes, building new homes. It's really exciting. But there's nothing like this anywhere nearby. There's nothing of this size. There's nothing of this mass. It's kind of the old Sesame Street thing. One of these things is not like the other. More than 60% of the development is 4 stories. I know Miller said something before. I think it's 42,000 square feet on the plan, so that's more than 60%. From the grade on the west, from my porch and from the goods porch, that's 70 feet tall from the grade. So that is, imagine, I think, Miller, I don't know, I'll take it at your word, it's 125 feet from that building to my house. But right now, I've got lots of gardens and a swimming pool and birds and hawks, and now all of a sudden I got a 70-foot wall. So you can imagine I'm not real thrilled with the 70-foot wall. Buffers are important. We've talked about buffers. So absent, the road proposed would essentially create kind of a city block that's bounded on 4 sides by concrete in the Upper Canton Historic District. I don't think there's anything else like it. That would be kind of interesting. The 40-foot buffers are in the UDC. They're talking about proposing a 10-foot buffer for much of the perimeter. And in the back, as I understand it, 26 of the 40 feet today would be a road. And I guarantee you, a road's not a buffer. A road it brings cars, it brings people, it brings lights. People will cut through, as we just heard from the other speaker. It's actually an accelerator. It's not a buffer, and it's completely at odds with what I believe the intent of the UDC was. Landscaping and drainage, we've heard a lot of talk about that. Let's make sure that the buffers are wide enough to accommodate tall burns and large trees. We don't want to just be shielded, as our neighbors, Al Hawkins and his mother on the back and other folks, but I believe the people who are going to live in this development would want to be shielded. There should be more common area green space. There's 9% right now. If you do a Google Earth image of this thing, those 5 lots, about 60% of it's green today. There is 9% that's common area green space. So what does that mean? That means you've now got 88% of the 5 lots, per the plans, 2.18 acres would be impervious surface out of 2.45. So that all gets collected into one big rainwater collection system, and Councilman Eaglehart said it before, that's a whole bunch more water. And that water runs out the back end of the building. The front end of the building, front end of the horse looks really nice on Canton Street. The back end doesn't look so good. It's 70 feet tall, and it dumps about 3 or 4 times more water onto my property than comes out now. So we just want to make sure that the city and the developer are prepared to deal with that. None of us, me, the residents downstream, should not bear the cost of those improvements. So what is our request? The team of the council, we ask that you deny the request for the buffer reduction. You're going to hear more people talk about it. We certainly think it's inconsistent with the rest of the neighborhood and with the Upper Canton Historic District. Deny the request for the extra height. There's been a lot of talk, hey, an extra story is just 10 feet. If you take a look at their plans, I know they're talking about 10-foot ceilings, right, Bo? So all these things, you have 10-foot ceilings. You can't have a room with a 10-foot ceiling if it's only 10 feet tall. It takes about 14 feet by the time you get HVAC and wiring and ceiling and those kinds of things. We're talking 14 feet. We'd ask that you deny the request for multifamily at this time. Is it apartment? Is it condo? Nobody knows. And we'd ask that you require the final site plan, regardless of who the developer is, to undergo an independent review. And, Mr. Lowry had a piece of property just down the street. They said they would never flip this building. He had one just down the street. He sold. He said he got an offer he couldn't refuse. So in summary, we're excited about the redevelopment of this important intersection. We love Roswell and its unique charm. It's why we live here. The only reason to ask for the variances is greed. It does not need to be this tall. We look forward to something that complements, and if they can't do it, we're really certain that the other two parties who made bids to buy the same property, qualifying bids, can and would deliver that. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Part of that group. Yes. Thank you. Are you ready?
Oh. What do I do? Oh. Yeah. Let me just.
I was just wondering, is there any standard protocol that exists or is being considered in UBC for maintaining and increasing or enhancing green space?
Yes, actually,
If the organization has 10 acres, is there X amount that has to be set aside for green space?
yes, and that's something we've added to this code over what we had before. And in particular, especially like we focused on the townhouses and stuff. But once you get into the R2 and above, they're kind of spread out already. We try with the buffers and
I'm thinking of it when there is that increased
yes,
density. What is
yes.
the offset?
They're required, in addition to the buffers and setbacks, a 20% landscape space. And we've gone back and forth on what that means. Technically, they could make that a hardscape under what we have, and it's a little hard, like if it was a fountain or a courtyard. But they also have a tree requirement and recompense. So, there's a lot. I'm dealing with one of your neighbors who's actually developing a property between Forest and Myrtle. And I don't know how many of you have even gone down that way, but it's across from Mount Zion. It's down from the library. And it's very cool. It's going to be beautiful, but they are challenged to do. They're going to do a few little townhomes and a few little single family. I believe they're starting in the 4s, and they're going to do a park space in the middle. So, I think the focus clearly in everything we've said and done is that we want that, and I think that's been a lot of what we haven't done before. We've said you can't do this, you can't do that, but we haven't telegraphed what we do want, and that's really the focus in this. It's not as much what don't do, but what can you do?
Can I just clarify, because I want to make sure I heard properly. So are you saying that hardscaping was considered to be green space?
Well, it's not considered green space, it's considered landscape space.
Oh, okay.
And, now realistically, there are also requirements under our environmental guidelines where you have to have, you can only have so much of a percentage of pervious surface. And I know I just built a house in that Park East next to Crabapple Middle School, and it was very difficult to meet that with a small lot. You really have to take every inch you can. So there's really not a lot of interest in putting hardscaping. It's expensive and it's not easy to do with the ratios. They actually insisted that we put a little verge, which is a term I didn't know, that little green space in your driveway, which my husband absolutely hates. But it helped get them to the square footage. That's how close we were. And my footprint is 1,800 square feet with a garage. So it's difficult to get there. But anything over 10 units in a group has to have a certain amount of common space and a certain amount of common parking in addition to whatever open space and landscape that we include. So, and some of it is based on which area and how it meets up to the other ones, what it both meets up to and how that's treated. But residential to residential looks a little different than industrial next to industrial. It is.
I've read a lot on it and everything else, and there's certainly been very clear alarms about the UDC moving forward and that the template of the UDC actually increasing development and density in Roswell. But I'm hearing you say that
options. It doesn't mean that any one of those is appropriate for any one spot, but, you know, when townhouses are available now, to me, ours, 4,000 square foot and 6,000 square foot lots are not that big a jump. We have that, and so the cottage court and the smaller lots are, to me, in between that and the single-family housing. Any apartments would be conditional, which means they'd have to come through our process, and I can tell you, I had a call about that this week. Oh, I have this place, and I'm thinking we'll do 300 apartments. I said, think again. You know, until we see things, we just don't have that need right now. We're already redeveloping Fraser Street. That's coming along. That's going to be 320 units. It's not a quite pound for pound increase in units from increase in bedrooms from what Fraser Street has. It's more one bedrooms than two, but it is definitely going to be a more compact.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Bob Rivers. I live at 1165 North Coleman Road, which is down at the end of Thompson Place. Historic Roswell. What is the period of history to be preserved? In our case in Roswell, it is not dirt roads, it's not horse stalls, hitching posts, and the horse manure that comes with that. We've chosen another period and other objects as a benchmark. Instead of horses, we've got cars, buses, trains, trams, golf carts, bicycles, scooters, motorcycles, and like our ancestors, shoe leather. Latter-day city planning must consider walkability. Walkers now dictate to architects and city planners. If this building is to become residential, folks who live there in this building will walk. In order to run Roswell in the image that we have in our mind, you need money. And a preponderance of that money comes in real estate taxes. And I'm guessing that the leaders of our city have figured out that going forward, we're not going to gain a lot of additional real estate taxes, as there's very little open land available for development. So how does our community keep its employees' compensation current with inflation and competitive with surrounding communities so that we remain one of the best places to live in the United States? How does our town cope with rising prices of purchased goods and services? Having had no real experience of that, I'm sure there's other cost pressures that you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. Do we reduce the head count? Do we accept less than the best for our community? Places where we shop, recreate, pray, and go to school? I don't think so. Confronted with this challenge of not wanting Roswell to be degraded, you'd have to raise taxes. And I'm guessing not many people in this room care to do that. So what do? You put up a toll gate on Marietta Highway for all those Cobb County folks passing through? I don't think you do that. What you do is you raise additional tax revenue by having City Walk built, having Vickers Village built, and my guess is the City of Roswell can provide services to Vickers Village and residents without spending an additional penny. So you have a nice gain in revenue, no additional costs, which means that us residents now don't confront any additional taxes. One thought that came to mind during the developer's presentation is if you turn down a project like this, as impressive as it is, where are you going to find the next person to come in, an investor, and take a chance on Roswell? I think if you really turn this down, that we might be hurt in the future. I don't know much about architecture. I know about as much about architecture as I do about building guided missiles. So I'll keep my remarks pretty basic in this subject. I've looked at the renderings and I saw the presentation tonight, and I really like what I see. It's very impressive. Believe me, it's a lot better than what is there right now. Thank you.
call before the folks on the back row, just for pointers. You may proceed. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Mayor, and ladies and gentlemen of the council, good evening. I'm Steve Walsh. I live at 53 Fowler Avenue. And one of the first things that comes to mind is I don't quite understand how the proposed project can fall within UDC guidelines as long as we pass the variances. That kind of sounds like double talk to me. I was quite impressed by Mr. Lowry's presentation. I think we're all drawn in to those artistic drawings of the project. But, you know, as I watched that, I swirling around in my head with the words of Johnny Cochran. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. I think it's just it's a project that would be wonderful in Midtown, but it just doesn't seem to fit in Roswell. So I have to stand here and speak against those variances of multifamily units and the required 40-foot buffer and the variance for the additional story. You know, and all these are really recommendations that are consistent with the UDC rules. I'm not in favor of asking anything other than to follow the rules. In failure to follow the rules, I think will create a mistake that, as we've seen, is too tall, too close, and too many. You know, my wife and I, we moved to Roswell in 1985, and our first home was in Saddle Creek subdivision. I remember one of my first entrees into the city council and its workings was when we found out that Georgia DOT wanted to build a highway into down 140 into Roswell. And of course our neighborhood didn't want to live next to a highway. So we sought the help of council, and council supported our concerns. And I remember that Roswell's focus at that time was to create a town for people to spend time in rather than a town that people merely transit through. And I must say, over the last 30 years, you've done a wonderful job of creating community and creating a place where people want to spend time. And I thank you for that. 10 years ago, because of your work, my wife and I, Jane, decided to relocate, not out of Roswell, but within Roswell. And we moved to Fowler Avenue. And for those not familiar exactly where Fowler Avenue is, if I was a golfer, it's about a golfing tee shot to Vickers Place. But I'm not a golfer, so it'd probably be a tee shot and an iron for me. But being in such close proximity to the Vickers development, we have followed this closely. And my wife and I share the concerns of our neighbors on Thompson Place, Woodstock, North Coleman, Coleman and Fowler. Jane and I have sat through all the meetings, and it's clear that our neighbors do not want oversized square footage. We do not want architecture out of scale with the surroundings, and we do not want density that will impact traffic safety along our already busy intersections. So our position, I believe, goes to the heart of our community. The UDC, over the course of years, in many meetings, listened to our community and drafted rules around the heart of our community. Let's stick to the rules, and let's avoid the mistake of too tall, too close, and too many. Thank you.
If you'd like to speak next, yes, come forward.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Renee Weimer. I live at 128 Woodstock Road, just a few doors down from the proposed Vickers Village development. You've just heard some very organized thoughts from my neighbors, so I'm going to apologize in advance for what I'm going to say, which is mostly an emotional stream of consciousness. I want to start by acknowledging what others have said, and that is that I'm really impressed with what these developers have come up with. It has a lot of good things going for it, like Councilman Engelhardt said. The problem is it just doesn't fit in my neighborhood, and this is in my neighborhood. Somebody proposed a question the other day on a discussion forum about the project. Don't we think this will be good for our property values? I'm not certain if it would be, but for me, it's bigger than that. Maybe it would be good for the dollar sign value attached to my house, but what it would be bad for is all of the unquantifiable things that make my neighborhood what it is. Less than a month ago, I walked down Woodstock with a bottle of wine to the Plattenbergs' house for our neighborhood book club, and I sat on their porch, and I looked off into their woods and right at where this 70-foot wall is going to be. And I just have a hard time with anybody who imagines that, one, that's a good idea, or two, an improvement over their existing situation. I want to share some things I heard tonight. One, that this is going to be a trend-setting thing for Canton Street. Is this really a trend that we want? 4-story, 3 football field, massive buildings down Canton Street is not a trend I want to see. I sat behind another Roswell resident tonight in another part of this room and overheard her say to the woman sitting next to her, "I'm so glad I don't live right there. You never know what you're going to get. Can you imagine?" And we do live right there. People in this room live right there. Also heard a lot of things like the setback is generous for urban development. Since when is Roswell urban? We didn't move to Roswell to live in an urban center. If we did, as some of my neighbors said, we may have chosen Midtown or Highlands. This is Roswell. What Roswell has is heart, neighbors, charm, soul, and all of those things that you get to take with you in the way that you can't take money. The other thing that kind of struck me as odd is that when some of the council members proposed that, you know, what would be Plan B if you didn't get approval on these variances, was that the developer said they don't know. They'd have to go back to the drawing board. I feel like if I were going to request variances, I would certainly have something, a contingency in the back of my head for if those didn't go through. So that just sort of puzzles me. I came here tonight originally to ask that you uphold staff recommendation, but based on what I've heard tonight, of course, my request is that you deny all requests for variances. Would also like to really use my last few seconds here to add that a couple of other Roswell citizens who are very closely tied to the property have asked me to share their request as well. Those are Judy Rayford at 1159 and 1169 Canton Street, and Chris and Mary Good, who couldn't be here this evening as they're out of town. And of course, their property is the new home that abuts Vickers on the west side on Woodstock. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Marco. I'm a longtime resident of Roswell. I live at 200 Elizabeth Lane, which, for those of you who know where that corner store is on Woodstock, it's just down the road from there. And it's a pretty, nice place. Roswell is my hometown. I grew up here. I'm proud to call it my hometown, and I was able to watch the development of Canton Street from this sort of sleepy little historical district with a few antique stores, maybe one restaurant, and a lot of empty storefronts into the bustling community that is today. And I just, as a resident, would like to come up here and address some of the comments that Mr. Lowry made. One of them, once again, was that he often referred to this as urban development, treating Roswell as an urban area. We're not a city. We're not Atlanta. We're not Buckhead even. We're really nowhere near there. And the people who come out to live here are not looking for the city life. They're not looking for something big and noisy. They want to live in a suburban community, in a suburban neighborhood. And I really want you to consider these residents who are right up near this development and the impact it will have on them. Mr. Lowry stated, I think it's something that only 22 to 25% of the properties abutting Vickers Village would be residential, but those should be your priority. Those are the people who make this community what it is, who choose to walk down to Canton Street every day to go to the shops, to go to Alive After 5, to frequent those restaurants, and who give the street a lot of its business. They do not want this development. I don't want this development as big as it is. It's too many people. It's too many units. It's a lot of noise. You're thinking about bringing in up to, I think it was 80 families into a house into a space that in Roswell maybe fit about 4 to 5 houses. So that's 80 families versus 4 to 5 in this space. It's a lot of noise. It's a lot of cars, a lot of traffic, a lot of pollution. There was mention of the public venue space being used as something of a neighborhood gathering or a concert venue. I don't know about the people who live right near this property, but I definitely don't want concerts going on right around the corner from where I live. It's not really what I'm big on. But so I love Canton Street. I love the charm it has. I will often leave my house 15 to 20 minutes early just so I can drive down Canton Street and make up for the traffic because I love to see it the way it is. I love the old buildings. I love the charm of it. And I cannot imagine a building 4 stories high looming over my favorite restaurants, my favorite shops, my favorite streets. I love Roswell. It's my home, and this isn't really something I want to be a part of my home. So I would, again, repeat the request that you deny all variances for the height difference, the buffer zone, etc. Mr. Lowry talked a lot about how he is exceeding certain standards that the guidelines put up for him. But if I know anything about making a plan, it's that you don't really look at exceeding standards before you meet the ones that are already set before you. And this current plan does not meet the UDC standards. And I think that they definitely should be met. So, thanks.
I live at 70 Thompson, and my wife and I just built a house there, I guess just about a year. We just moved in December, so we've been there about a year. And I've met Miller and talked with him just about what they're doing. I think that, personally, I think what they're doing is great. I think that he's always come across as if he's wanting to work with the city and to work with the neighborhood, and also he's got to make money and he's got to do his job. So I think that he seems like a reasonable person in my experience, and I think that when I walk from my house, and I'm like I guess I'm about a pitching wedge away from there. I still get people that drive by and ask me if I need a ride. And that's sort of striking because, part of the reason moving there is wanting it to be this walking-friendly environment, but there just isn't enough density at that side of Canton Street. And I think that, if anything, the density is going to improve the safety of that area. If you look at Canton Street, anywhere where it's dense, cars are driving slow and they're watching for pedestrians. And I think that, when I'm walking on my street, there's a lot of cars that are still speeding through there, and I think that they still see it as a space for cars. And that kind of design was done a long time ago, and we're trying to fix all that. So, as a neighbor who's just moved there, and I understand the concerns of my community. I mean, I think we all, at the end of the day, want the same thing. I think that what Miller's doing is going to help improve our community, and I hope you guys can see that and go forward with it. So, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My husband and I have lived in Roswell for Barbara Krasnoff. I live at 225 Slayton Circle. My husband and I have lived in Roswell for 12 years, having previously resided in Sandy Springs and then Buckhead. I am a native Atlantan and have seen all the growth and development there, and think some of it has been positive. In order to maintain the integrity of this city, we need developers with experience and vision, developers who understand the heart of Roswell and its small town ambiance. The development as put forth by these young men with the height and breadth they desire will not only alter but will also diminish our residential neighborhoods. Therefore, I look to you, Mr. Mayor and council members, who are Roswell's guardians as well as our spokespeople and preservation partners. Please deny this project as put forth. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, hi, my name is Ray Tantillo. I live at 125 Wingfield in the Wingfield Gates neighborhood, about a mile up the road on Woodstock from the proposed development. I currently serve as the president of our homeowners association. I'm here to represent myself as well as a large number of the homeowners in our neighborhood. My wife, 2 kids, and I moved to the Atlanta area in the summer of 2011 and spent 5 months looking for a place to live throughout the Atlanta suburbs and neighborhood. We landed on Roswell specifically because of the charm the historic downtown neighborhood offered. We certainly could have purchased a much larger home on a much larger plot of land had we looked further out towards Alpharetta, Milton, or Johns Creek. The sense of community was too great a draw for us to pass up, and we felt extremely fortunate to have found a home so close to downtown Roswell. Over the past few years, I've seen many changes to downtown Roswell, mostly for the better. However, I also sense a growing number of folks who dislike venturing into downtown Roswell. Not because there aren't a lot of restaurants or nice places to visit, but largely because they want to avoid the hectic traffic, inability to find parking, and overall congestion that is beginning to take shape. Downtown Roswell restaurants and businesses are getting a lot more competition from other northern suburbs who are developing their own areas to include similar charm without all the hassles of increased traffic and lack of parking. As far as I know, there haven't been any studies done to confirm this, but it is palpable and definitely real. I work with professionals throughout Atlanta every day who cringe when I bring up a visit to downtown Roswell. It's becoming just too much of a hassle for some people to visit here, especially when other great options exist around the city. Are we reaching a point of saturation that could lead to a reversal of good fortune that has beset the area? Are we reaching a tipping point where we're beginning to destroy the charm and sense of community that has made downtown Roswell what it is today? If this project is allowed to be built on such a scale that they desire, will we go over that tipping point? Most of the citizens here don't seem outright opposed to development. It's been said many times here that the development should fit the overall character of the historic neighborhood. Why does this one have to be so big? I've heard that the developer potentially might not do a project unless they can make a certain project, which is fine. Based on some of the projections I've seen, if they sell 80 units at an average of $700,000, that's an overall revenue of $56 million. I'm quite certain that with this large of a revenue, they'll make more than enough profit. Why does a developer who's going to take advantage of the charm of this neighborhood need to make that much money? I'm sure that there may be others who would be willing to build on a much smaller scale and make smaller profits. Why can't we wait for another developer willing to make less than the $56 million and do it in a way that doesn't potentially ruin the charm of the neighborhood? Why jump at this first opportunity? What's the rush? Land does not go anywhere. Before moving to Georgia, my wife and I lived in New Orleans, New Jersey, and Chicago, 3 of the most politically corrupt areas of the country. When projects like this were approved in those places, citizens would just learn to accept it. Meetings like this were for show, to make the politicians appear to be hearing all sides of the issues. But in reality, they had already given the developers commitments and projects were already approved. I'm very thankful that politicians here in Georgia and in Roswell seem to operate much differently. I thank you that you have meetings like this and listen to us. I would hope that decisions such as this one will be predicated on what is best for the majority of the citizens in the community. The needs and the desires of the larger voting constituency should always be placed above those of a smaller number of individuals or businesses who potentially may benefit financially. I believe that our city government truly does care about the city and the overall welfare of its citizens, but some of you potentially may be at odds with the opinions of some of the citizens as to whether this particular project is good or not for the community. If that is the case, we hope that some of us are effective at getting our opinions across tonight as to why we believe what we do. This is a big project. There's no way this developer can predict all the possible scenarios. As I look through their plans and hear some of the questions answered and asked, I sense a lot of risk. there's many potential unintended consequences that can happen. There's many lofty goals, many lofty promises, and there's a lot of risk for a neighborhood such as Roswell. There's a lot riding on this. We place a great deal of trust in you and trust that you will do what is right for the long-term welfare and preservation of what makes our community special, unique, and a charming place to visit and live. Thank you.
Who's next? Yes, sir. If you want to speak, if you'll move to the front, you'll be called sooner.
Mayor, Council, Sam Shantos, 1520 Oakwood Drive, Roswell, Georgia. I've lived in Roswell since 2000. My wife has lived in Roswell since 1980. I just have a couple of things that I wanted to say. One of the topics that has come up is urban and the terminology that's being used by the developers. But as I sit and look it up online, it seems like urban is defined as a place that has 50,000 or more residents. Roswell currently has about 95,000 residents, 76,000 of those residents living within 3 miles of where we stand right now. So I think that's why urban is used as a term by the developers. There are just a couple of things that I want to hit on, and one of the slides or presentations that was provided had a lot of information in regards to traffic studies and things like that. My understanding is that the variances that are being asked for by the developers tonight have nothing to do with the density of the property. Is that correct?
We'll leave that as a judgment.
Sounds good. The next item that I would like to hit is the samples that were brought forth as far as how large this building is. It was Publix, Costco, the DoubleTree, and I believe it was raised that those are within scale of the actual land that they are sitting on. And I would say that that is true, that they are within scale of the land that they have. The remaining surfaces that are covering those properties are parking lots. And that is specifically why I am for this project, because as you increase density, that's the only way you can increase the walkability within an urban environment. And so I understand the concerns for traffic. I have to go through, my office is on Kent Street, so I go on Woodstock every day to take my kids to school up at Roswell North. But I think that as a city and as citizens, we have to look towards the future, and we have to start to think about alternatives outside of, well, everybody's going to be driving, everybody's going to be driving. I think as we increase density, we will find that more and more people will walk, more and more people will bike. I know in my office alone there are multiple professionals that bike to work every single day, and none of them are as close as a lot of the residents that are here tonight. Finally, the last thing I want to hit on is there's been talk about we're at a tipping point, and maybe we don't necessarily need to jump on this opportunity. And I would say conversely that tipping point is specifically why we do need to start to move forward and work with developers. I've been involved in Roswell for some time, and I have watched, as many of us in this room have watched, numerous development opportunities go to surrounding areas. And I have a concern as a citizen that if we don't start to act and become more development friendly, we will continue to watch the flow of monies go into the surrounding communities. And it all goes right back down to tax dollars. So I would just like to say, please move forward and grant them the variances and allow us to continue to develop a walkable core. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir.
Mayor, City Council members, we agree. Roswell deserves the best. We are for develop per the UDC without conditional use change and variances. The UDC is plenty broad for development as it is written. As homeowners, we appreciate the need for City Council to make legally defensible decisions. A denial of this conditional request would be consistent with the UDC and defensible. Allowing conditional use scale change requests to go through would set a precedent and make denying any future requests of scale difficult to defend in the courts. Now is the time to make the legally defensible denial and stop the march towards ever-increasing height and breadth, size and scale. Please develop following the UDC without conditional use and variance change. Roswell deserves the best. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, come forward. The gentleman in the dark jacket.
Right here, right here. Start the clock here. Good evening, Mayor Wood, members of City Council. My name is David Keating. I live at 89 Nancy Trail with my wife Kim and our 2 boys, ages 9 and 7. I would like tonight to focus specifically on the 3 requests that the developer has presented for consideration and on what the code tells us we need to do to evaluate those requests. So first we have the request to put multifamily residential units on the property, the second to increase the height allowance, and then third to reduce the buffer by approximately 75%. We know that with multifamily, one of the criteria is that the use must be compatible with adjacent uses in terms of location, scale, and site design. And we've heard a lot of information about scale. The council has all of the information that you're going to need about the scale of this project. I can't add anything to that. But what I will say is that if we fix the scale here, then we fix a big part of the problem. A lot of what you're hearing really is coming from concerns that arise out of scale. So if we fix the scale, we fix the problem. What I would submit is that any approval of multifamily on this property should be conditioned on no more than 30 to 40, maybe, units. Second is height. We know that one of the criteria for height is that the design is superior to what's permitted under the base regulations, and we've heard about some of the features that the developer is proposing to build into the property to accommodate the 80 residential units they want. They build up, they can do the plaza, things like that, but that's to accommodate the 80 units. That's not based on the base regulations. That would be like saying, I want to put 200 units here and go to 10 stories and have terraces, but if I can't do 10 stories, I'll do 6 and it'll look less attractive. So we don't think the superiority has been met, and we agree with staff and their reading of that criteria. For the concurrent variance for the buffer, we have a specific and high standard that the law requires us to follow. An extraordinary and exceptional condition or practical difficulty pertaining to the particular piece of property in question because of its size, shape, or topography. That's what justifies a concurrent variance. If we don't have that, then we don't have justification for the concurrent variance for the buffer. The applicant has said the buffer reduction is being requested to allow for the new road that the city's transportation study would require. That's not an extraordinary and exceptional condition from the size, shape, or topography of the property. That results because the developer wants to put 80 residential units in a building of that size. This is like a rectangle bounded on 3 sides by roads. It's not a situation where you need like a driveway to access my residence, and therefore I need a variance. It's driven by the density. The criteria also tells us that the special circumstances leading to the request may not be the result of the actions of the applicant. And we'd submit that they are. It's because of the desire to put 80 units on the lot. It's driven by the density requested. What we would request, and what I and my family would request, is that if multifamily is approved, we limit it to 30 to 40 units. We deny the request to increase height, deny the request to reduce the buffer, move the road, right? We don't need to put it underground. We can move the building. It's less dense, move the road. And that the approval is conditioned on a specific plan that's been submitted to the city. It looks like in the proposed conditions that's been removed, and it seems that we should have that in there. One concern we wouldn't have is to entitle the property and then see something else happen to it that we don't expect to happen. So the last thing I want to mention is the concern about build by right. And rightfully, right, we all wonder what will happen if the developer's not given what they want. Can they put like a 45-foot circled fortress on the property? And they can't. They can't do that. That's against the guidelines. It doesn't meet the UDC. There need to be a new transportation study. We'd have to go through the HPC process. Thankfully, council, when you passed the UDC, did not permit that sort of a result. I would note on the financial base case, too, that we're talking a little more than double the cost of what they paid for the new seafood catch restaurant on Canton Street next to Asteria. And I don't know why that means we need to then have 80 residential units, commercial, et cetera, to justify the property. There's a lot of financial room here to do something great that would be right for the city.
Thank you, sir. Who would like to speak next? Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Hudson, and it's been about 5 years since I've been a permanent resident of Roswell, but my childhood home is on 101 Nancy Trail, so I've seen this place grow and change tremendously. And I really just want to address Mr. Lowry here with something that nobody's really brought up, and it kind of baffles me. I admire you for your hunger. You're out there to get it. For that, I applaud you. But at the same time, you had touched a little bit on the subject of being able to hide this structure with vegetation. And that's sort of what I do for kind of a living now, as I work with some of the largest private landowners and experimental foresters across the Southeast. And I would challenge you to find any sort of landscape architect or species of native tree which would follow sort of the green movement here, which in a manner of time could grow to that height at a short distance to at all foliate out to disguise that from such a small acute angle that we would be talking about there. I just don't see it being possible within a 10 to 15 year time period. So take that into effect that eventually you will get there. Some fast growers like sycamore trees, which are usually not everybody's favorite anyway, hence the name sycamore. But it can be done. I'm not saying it can't be, but just be prepared that it's not going to be we go in, we go to one of these large agricultural places, purchase trees that are already 50, 60 feet. That's just not realistic. They don't survive. Been there, done that, seen it. But the other thing I wanted to address on the environmental standpoint of that is this vegetative wall. This is really intriguing. And I think I've seen a lot of these quote-unquote vegetative walls. And if you guys know anything about quick ground cover vegetation, it's not something we really have native to the Southeast besides poison ivy. Okay, so our quick growing ground vegetation is what all these exotics are that people eventually complain about, aka English ivy or kudzu. All right, and that's the quickest way to provide what we call aesthetically pleasing ground cover on something like a vegetative wall. However, the issue here is once English ivy sends one runner shoot out into the ground, that runner turns into a colony, and you cannot eradicate that colony without dropping Agent Orange almost. Okay, so as far as a green standpoint, this is about as distant as you can get from green in terms of a vegetative cover. Okay, so I would caution against saying that we can easily disguise this or make it look very nice, especially in an amount of time that would be reasonable to kind of justify putting in a 4.5-story structure. Now, don't get me wrong, your building looks awesome. It really does. It looks pretty nice. The positioning may be a little off, and I just don't see it being possible to, in a short amount of time, aesthetically pleasing, especially a growing, quote-unquote, hipster town like Roswell. It just wouldn't happen. I don't see you being able to do it. That's all I've said.
Who's next? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council. My name is Ron Fincher. My wife and I and our 2 small children live at 245 Thompson Place. I grew up in Atlanta. My wife grew up here in Roswell, and we've lived in our current home for over 20 years. Thompson Place is certainly well known to most of the residents here in Roswell for a lot of the traffic that goes through there. Many of the comments, I really applaud a lot of the technical details that both parties have brought to the table. The message that you hear from the residents who have lived in this community and in that area specifically for many, many years, and it seems very straightforward to me, is this project, although that property would benefit from a new project on it, this particular project is so wildly out of character for Canton Street and that part of Roswell, and is wildly out of scale. One of the things that the developers had mentioned is the goal is that this would be what was described as a flagship project for their company. Well, flagship project to me says they've never done anything like this before. And that goes to youth and inexperience. The property that they have developed at the intersection of Long Circle and Canton Street doesn't convey any confidence at all, in my experience. Other projects like this have been attempted on Canton Street. The brownstone condominiums that were built behind the former 9th Street Cafe, that went very, very badly for the developers. And most of those units remained undeveloped, and there were PVC pipes sticking out of the ground for years after that project folded in a very bad way. So even a project like that was unsustainable on Canton Street. And so this particular project is inappropriate for this area. I'll add that about 2 months ago I was here and listened to a developer who had an extremely experienced background, over 40 years of doing construction here in Roswell. And it was noted at the time, a city council member publicly emphasized the fact that this builder had an outstanding reputation amongst the city council and other parties and other agencies here in Roswell, and that he was asking for a unique rezoning request to a property that was next to Young Life. So, and at the time, the city council decided we have to stick by the letter of the law, and the UDC says we can't make an exception here. Although it was a very compelling case, the gentleman made an outstanding case. He was highly respected by the council, was a veteran of doing this all over the city, and the council said we have to stick by what the guidelines say, no deviation. And that developer had decades of experience on his side in good standing with Roswell. What the developer had indicated was there can be no promise or no commitment that this project won't turn into apartments. And that's the last thing anybody wants in this neighborhood. And the fact that that commitment can't be made, and the fact that this project is so wildly out of scale and out of character for this part of Roswell, that youth and inexperience in this matter means it creates unintended consequences. And the unintended consequences we've already had a snapshot for. The gentleman that spoke earlier about the traffic problems it will create, that will be the first of all the long laundry list of unintended consequences that will result for a project that's so way out of scale for this neighborhood. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brendan Walsh, 94 Long Circle. I am a builder and developer here in Roswell. I own a small business that is on the other side of this project. So I live just west of the project, and my office is just east of the project. So I frequent this intersection probably more times than anyone in this room, besides the Roswell PD. As far as my history in this town, I've developed several projects. I think you guys know my history of creating walkable environments, and that's the type of development I support, and I've done that with some of my projects, including the brownstones behind 9 that sold faster than I could build them. Part of why I like this project and why I support it and would like to see you guys support this project tonight as it's presented is the what Miller has mentioned in kind of the award-winning or destination-type areas. On Canton Street currently, we have a destination-type area on the south end of Canton, at the corner of basically Canton and Webb Street there. This project gives a destination to the north end of Canton Street. If you look at long-term success of developments, you would really like to have 2 to 3 nodes that draw people from one area to another across that area. So if you take a step back and look at Canton Street as one large development itself, we have that south end piece. This provides the north end piece that connects that. I live with my wife and 2 sons not very far from this project, and I understand the fears and the negativity surrounded with the increased traffic, and that's not something that I would like to see in the area. But I'd like to see continued growth and continued development in this area. And to do that and to be presented with an opportunity like we hear tonight with this type of project, I think it is best for not only Roswell but the citizens of Roswell to vote on moving forward with the project as it's presented tonight. So thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rocky Horde. I live at 145 Broad Meadow Cove. I'll keep this very short. Currently working, representing Cobb County on another very controversial project that you might have heard something about. Beautiful project, just like this one. Beautiful project. Right project, wrong place. All right. One of these things is different, right? We used to play that game with our children. I've got 3 boys. They've all grown up here in Roswell their entire lives. And I can remember as a child, showing them pictures, with varying things that all had similarity except for one. One of these things is different. I look at the Canton Street community and imagine this project there. It won't be hard to figure out which one is different. The traffic impacts on Woodstock, Canton, Crabapple, Pine Grove, Norcross, North Gulman, Wave Tree, it's going to be noticeable. It's going to be incredibly impactful. Think about when they took the toll off of the Georgia 400. I drive down to Buckhead every day. I thought, what's 50 cents going to do? People drive Mercedes down there. I mean, they're not skipping the toll booth. If they can afford it. Well, you took that toll booth out, and I can tell you the traffic. Maybe it was 10% more cars. The impact was huge. All right, this corner, adding the number of trips per day. All right, coming out of the number of units proposed. I mean, you're absolutely going to get murdered at the margins on that one. The traffic's going to be impactful. Finally, he talked about, one of the earlier folks talked about, increased density, sort of increases walkability, increases, bike riding, etc. Absolutely right. I need to look no further than New York City or Midtown to figure that out. I'm not sure that's what I want here in my neighborhood. So thank you for your time. You've done a great job building this city and planning this city. Keep up the good work.
My name is Bob Krasnoff. I live at 225 Slayton Circle. Been a resident here for 12 years. Love living here. There's a potential issue here that has not been addressed. I've heard all of the accolades about what a great design, and I do applaud the developers for doing that. But we've got a problem. With the development of this magnitude, I want you to consider what the traffic is going to be like when construction equipment and materials start arriving on that site. The first thing we have to address is demolition. Requires heavy machinery. Secondly, excavation for the parking plot. That is followed by the delivery of concrete trucks, and they don't come one at a time. When you're pouring concrete, you've got to have a series of trucks in line. I rode by again today to be assured that I was going to give the correct information here. Thompson Place and Woodstock Road are narrow streets as well as Canton. They were never built to accommodate this kind of traffic plus the normal traffic. So the only thing I ask of you in consideration of this project, which I agree with so many others here, the magnitude is out of scale. And this construction traffic combined with our normal traffic is going to be an impossibility. I investigated the projected time that it would take to complete a project of this nature, and the information I get from architect and construction managers is a minimum of 16 months. So although this is not saying that the project will be terminal, it's going to be a terrific malady, and I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Scott Gotsey. I live at 10155 North Coleman Road. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time. The applicant, thank you for your time as well. I'm here to say that I uniformly oppose this particular project, in particular anything having to do with residential development in this particular area. Living on North Coleman, I tend to go down through Thompson Place or through Woodstock Drive, either on my way to or from work, as well as the number of errands that I have to run. Particularly in the area of Thompson, I see a lot of families, a lot of young families with children, where there's already a lot of traffic. People do tend to go somewhat fast in that area. I think that when you add a residential building with 80 units to it, that could have 1 to 3 cars, you're adding a substantial amount of traffic that's going to go to Highway 9 or back over to towards Pine Grove Road. And I think that's going to be a danger to the neighborhood. I'd also just add that with the additional traffic that you're seeing there, it's really going to make the particular character of this area change. And I don't think it's going to be for the better. I happen to have bought my house. I had the privilege of doing so about 5 years ago. And one of the things that really drew me to the area of Roswell was its charm. It reminded me a lot of one of my previous places, which was around Avondale Estates. I've seen developments like this, particularly in the area of Decatur, that if you look at them now, they're not very well kept. They look a little bit dingy. So while I think this place is probably going to look really nice within the first year, what's it going to look like in 10 years? I think that's going to be a concern. I would just also tend to add that, when you have a place like this, the amount of traffic that you're having to consider is not just that residential, but it's also the commercial aspect of it as well. I'd like to thank the first 4 to 5 people that showed up who did that wonderful presentation. I particularly like the pictures of the traffic that you see now, and that's what day-to-day traffic is like. That needs to be solved before we ever consider any kind of development. And I'm certainly not opposed to development. Vickers Garage is, it's a blight. I certainly admit that, but I think it could be better done with maybe some smaller commercial development for some small shops and some restaurants. Thank you.
I see no hands up. Public hearing is closed. We'll give the applicant an opportunity to rebut or respond to comments made from the public.
Can we turn this on? That overhead. You have to teach me how to do it Monday. I'm going to be changing back and forth. Mayor and Council, I think we've come to time for a decision on this matter. I'm going to go back to one of the first statements I made for you in my introduction, and that was, except for the 3 requests that are before you, this project, as proposed, complies with all of the applicable standards of the UDC. That has been confirmed by staff and confirmed by the Historic Preservation Commission. If traffic is an issue, traffic is not a legal issue that a city can use to deny a zoning application. There are certain baseline services that a city must provide. It's got to provide police protection. It's got to provide fire protection. It's got to provide water. It's got to provide sewer. And it's got to take care of its traffic. So that's not the developer's issue. The property is not 90% covered by structure. It's 65%. It's not 3 football fields in size. A football field is 49,000 square feet. This footprint's 81,000. That's less than 2. It's about 1.67. We want to argue a bulk plane position that the staff has affirmed time and time again, and it is the position of the staff. It is their interpretation. We don't have an opportunity to violate the stormwater ordinance. Roswell has one of the strongest stormwater ordinances in the state, and it enforces it zealously. If the stormwater plan were not correct, the development would not go forward to start with. The 4th floor is not 61% of the building. It's 22%. It's inset from the rest of it. Here's my greatest concern. This is what we're looking at on this overhead at the corner of Woodstock and Canton Street. We've looked at it a long, long time. I can show you lots of different pictures of it. If we don't do something different, it's what we're going to continue to look at in the future, in the future, in the future, and in the future. That is the opportunity that this developer has presented this city and has the financial capability and the design skills to build. Bo King may not be old, but he's produced more than $500 million worth of real estate development in metro Atlanta in the years he's been in business. He followed his father, Kim King, who was one of the most successful this city has ever seen. This is an opportunity. The thing I ask you is, what is the city's plan for Canton Street? What does the city intend for Canton Street? What does the city intend for the central core of the city of Roswell? Highway 9 running north and south from the Alpharetta line to the river. Holcomb Bridge Road running from out there at King Road across to Georgia 400. What significant development have we undertaken in the last 15 years? What significant multi-lane traffic roads have we built in the last 15 years? We have to have a plan. We have to have the desire to do better. If there's one thing I've learned in 40 years working with the development business and with cities, is that cities do one of 2 things. They grow and they get healthier and they get better. And when they quit that, they decline. There is no flat spot at the top of the scale where you can say, okay, this is good enough. this is as far as we want to go, and we're going to declare a halt. You may think that, but what you find is you slide off the other side of the mountain. North Metro Atlanta has tremendous opportunity at this point in time. I don't know how long it'll last. We saw a great recession starting in 08 and 09 that we all suffered from. I saw 5 of the largest developers in Metro Atlanta go flat broke. I mean broke. How do we know that doesn't come again? We know that when opportunity is here, we have to seize it. What we have here is a developer that says, I have the money, I have the desire, and I have the ability to do better on Canton Street at the corner of Woodstock Street than what's there. And I can meet all the criteria. If you give me the 3 things I've requested, I can do the very best job that I can do. If we choose not to do that, then how much longer are we going to look at this piece of property? How much longer have we looked at a lot of other opportunities and pieces of property over the past 15 years that have never happened? There's an opportunity here. Mayor and council, opportunity is knocking on Canton Street. It's your call. Thank you.
Okay. Before we ask him to sit down. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Go back to your previous thing at the end of your presentation originally about the road. And I'm going to ask staff in a minute about their recommendation on that. But if the variance is not granted, then the road would have to be still put in place due to transportation requirements. So that whatever that movement is, are you saying that that would kill the project?
It's most unlikely because of 2 reasons. Number one, you move, if there was a road went under the building, you move it closer to the intersection, which causes far less traffic benefit, doesn't relieve anything, and gives you less room to improve the turn lanes and do the other things. Number 2, from a normal standpoint, depending on what the soil conditions are and what the expense is, it's not likely that you would necessarily dig under that building and add a second entrance. It's more likely that you would just use Thompson Place as the entrance and access for the property. The farther a roadway is from a signalized intersection, the more functional it is. And I'll bow to the Transportation Department. Mr. Eisenbrack and his team are very good and very experienced. But doing this a while, I know that you get benefit from distance. Our argument is taking Mr. Rousey's building down and putting a driveway underground where your only vision is of level that has plants on it, and I don't think we'll plant kudzu, benefits the property next door. Right now they've got an old brick house sitting 19 feet from their property line. They won't have anything sitting within 40 feet of their property line if this driveway is dropped in there. And number 2, that then allows the property to have the circulation of 2 entrances and exits, which benefits Thompson Place. Otherwise, they would get it all if it's developed. So that's our reasoning for it. It makes better sense.
Okay, thanks.
Any other council member have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Rollator.
Thank you.
This time I'll entertain any comments the council would like to make before we entertain a motion. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's 2 things. One was brought up about the review of a plan if we did not grant the conditional use for the 4 stories. And my understanding in the UDC that the planning and zoning director would then review the plan before it goes to HPC for any variances or anything like that. Is that how that goes? If we deny the 4 stories, which
Yes.
means that they have to go to 3.
Yes.
Okay. The plan would then go to the planning and zoning director for him to look at to make sure that it conforms with the UDC before it goes to the HPC.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we don't need to have that as a condition of zoning. That is part of.
No.
That is a part of the
planning director with
process.
staff it would have to make sure that it adheres to whatever conditions you apply and the UDC.
So if we apply multifamily or the variance, whatever, it still would have to apply to anything that this mayor and council decides tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And may I call up Mr. Entwisle from Transportation to clarify the, well, I just call him Andrew, to clarify what Mr. Rollator has stated about the reason for the variance and then your statements that you made at the Planning Commission?
Yes, Councilmember. All right, so staff does concur with the traffic engineer's comment about using the apartment land use in the traffic study, and the traffic study was prepared based on having a pre-application meeting with the applicant.
For clarification, what does the traffic study tell us? I don't think we've actually presented that.
Okay.
I don't want the long version, I want the short version.
Correct. So the traffic study was performed based on the 70 units for apartment complex, which is, and also on the 15,000 square feet of retail. The traffic study then looked at the site plan with the connecting driveways, the connection between the two driveways. And I was going to mention that during the pre-application meeting with the applicant, the initial site plan included one driveway on Woodstock Road and one driveway on Thompson Place. And those went to parking lots which were not connected. So, for instance, residential parking was provided off of Woodstock Road and retail parking was provided off of Thompson Place. Staff's recommendation was look at connecting those parking lots so that the visitors and the residents of the development have mobility options, and they can decide which driveway they would like to use. The traffic study, the applicant considered that recommendation and included that in their traffic study analysis. You heard from the applicant that they believe those two driveways being connected are beneficial, and the applicant then, designs the site plan, designs those locations of the driveways. So this graphic, as you can see, shows the blue is the connecting driveways on the site plan, connecting the parking lots so that those residents and visitors have two options. At the top there is the frontage along Woodstock Street, and one of staff's recommendations was that the driveway not be any closer than 200 feet to the signal at Woodstock and Thompson Place. Now, what that basically leaves is approximately 184 feet where the driveway could be located or provide for the left turn lanes along Woodstock Street. So there are options in terms of where that driveway can be located. Does that answer your question about the driveway location?
About being close to the intersection. Also, if the multifamily is approved tonight, is it the Transportation Department's recommendation that there would be some type of connectivity to help alleviate the ingress and egress of this development? That this road is really necessary if we do approve the multifamily to help with the ingress and egress. And I'm assuming
that is correct. As part of the conditions, I believe the goal is that there is that connection between the two driveways interior to the site, and that if you have up to 80 condo units, whether they be apartments or condos, that you need those two driveways. The Thompson Place is a narrow two-lane neighborhood street, and that cannot handle all of the traffic on Thompson Place.
Okay, so what you're saying is that they have approximately 184 feet to play around with?
That's correct.
And your recommendation is if we do have the multifamily as an approval, even if it's 60 units, if it's multifamily, that this connectivity is necessary to help with the the flow of traffic to Thompson Place and to Canton Street.
That's correct. Staff
Okay.
recommends the connection.
Okay, thank you, Andrew, appreciate it.
Councilmember Diamond.
I have a question about the annex part. And this may be for Alice and Jackie. Because annex is part of this project, could it potentially go to DRB for landscaping approval? Or would it have to be just that part that's annexed?
We were going, the plan was to take it to the HPC since the majority of the project is in the historic district. I mean, we could send it to both our...
Yeah, but they can't really address landscaping.
That's correct.
So would this be something we could send to DRB for landscaping? Looking at legal and staff, and they're all... Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Two questions for staff, and meant to grab Andrew before he left. In your professional opinion, if that road were moved over outside of the buffer, do you think that it still works?
Yes, there is flexibility in the location of that driveway, we believe, and it does not have to be located in that buffer. So the transportation's recommendation to have that driveway connection was not meant to be in conflict with the buffer requirements.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question for Ms. Dybel. What was the reason that staff recommended did not grant the variances?
The variances for the buffer and then the conditional use for the height. The staff felt that the height was too large for this area and of Canton Street and did not fit. So we did recommend denial of the conditional use to the height. And for the concurrent variance to the buffer, we felt that buffers are to maintain the protected district, and an NX property abutting an RS-12 is a 40-foot buffer requirement. So we felt that the protected district overrides that, and we felt that that should be a recommendation for denial of the concurrent variance.
Thank you. I guess we're going to make a couple comments, but I may save others for later. But I guess my concern is still that as has been said, that what this project overall is a concern. The pretty picture that I like that we just showed here a minute ago is that first corner. That's so nice, but it kind of leaves out that other part all along Canton, Woodstock, and then back behind. It really is a huge building, no matter how high it is. So if we did move forward to look at an approval, I think there are a number of other conditions to look at, including the bolt plane and setting that from a specific point on the existing ground. Look at some of the tree options that are available to be taller, looking at requiring some setbacks, stepping back, as well as building alignments, a cap on the multifamily units, obviously the HOA things on owner-occupied, no residential on the first floor, looking at making sure we have an independent review of architectural aspects and stormwater improvement concerns. So to me, there's still a lot of things to be considered if we did move forward.
Councilmember Wynn.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Eichelhardt, but I think most of the ones that you've read is already in the UDC as a part of the LDP process. One of them is the third-party architecture. One, the landscaping would be the DRB, if we so desire to take it to the DRB. The first floor for residential, I think what we were looking at is the 4 units that were already there on Woodstock, but no residential on the first floor facing Canton or Woodstock, with the exception of those 4 units, but still letting them do some type of residential on the first floor on Thompson is what we were looking at doing. That's the original plan, and I think that's what we were looking at doing on that one. But we were going to not let them exceed the square footage of the 4 residential units on Woodstock. It would not exceed 6,900 square feet. We have that as that number 1 in blue. And also, I think if we do a minimum square foot of...
Are you making a motion?
No, I'm letting Mr. Councilmember Eichelkraut understand that we're looking at all that, and I think that most of it is addressed by the HPC, DRB, and our LDP process.
Disagree, but I'll wait to come up with that.
Any other comments or questions before we entertain a motion, Council? Councilmember Dippolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I've wrestled with this project for a while because, as Councilman Eichelkraut said, that one rendering looks great, and I think that the scale of it fits Canton Street, and it's something that looks very appealing. And I've been trying to figure out what is it about this thing that is unsettling to me. And it occurred to me tonight that one of the reasons the building feels so big is that it's currently 6 individual parcels, and there's 6 parcels that are to scale to the rest of the neighborhood. And what we're doing is taking those 6 parcels and consolidating them into one building. So when you take that as a mass, all of a sudden it feels really big. And I think that's what everybody is reacting to. And the developer, and I applaud Miller Lowry and Bo King. I think they're excellent developers, and I think they've done an admirable job trying to mitigate some of those things. But the scale isn't quite there yet. And the scale on Canton Street feels good. And portions of Woodstock feel okay, the stuff closer to the street, but then you see these blooming 4- and 5-story towers in the background. They just don't feel like Canton Street. So I think we're getting there, but we're not quite there, and I think they understand the goal, but the design hasn't quite caught up to that. There are several comments that were made that I think were good comments. David Fagan said mass, and he's quoting from the design guidelines, mass should be subordinate to the historic context. And context is so critical, particularly when you're talking about the historic district, because you're trying to protect what's been there for a long time and protect that feel. A lot of people have talked about having a sense of place and how do we maintain that sense of place and continue that. So context is critical, and it's very critical on this corner. And how do we make sure that this corner fits within the context? When you take 6 parcels and try to make one building out of them, you're going to be out of scale. So how do you design it in a way so that it feels right? How does it fit into that overall context? That's one of those things I think we're not quite there yet. Amy Spielman also talked about that design should be context sensitive. Same idea. You really need to think about what's surrounding. What do the buildings next to it feel like? What do they look like? How are they set back from the street? Those things are all important. John Carruth talked about the fact that all sides are equally important architecturally, and as an architect, I completely get that. You don't see a building from one side. You don't see it from one corner. Eventually, you see it from all sides, and Councilman Eichelkraut was talking about how the building needs to be scaled on all sides. The scale on Canton Street feels good, but what about the back? We push this height all the way to the back, but it needs to start to step down on the back to address the residences in the back and make that transition. It's not transitioning quite right. And I think those things are possible. I think we're just not quite there yet. John Carruth also said, be faithful to the UDC guidelines. I think that's an accurate statement. How do we make sure that this thing complies? And a lot of what I just talked about being context sensitive, addressing the mass and addressing the scale, are in the guidelines, particularly as it pertains to the historic district. One of my favorite comments Brian Hudson made, and I'm going to tell my 13-year-old daughter, that Roswell was a hipster town. I never considered us hipsters, but that's cool. I'm excited about that. We're not hipster. All right. Well, it would be nice to be hipster. And Rocky Ford, I believe your last name is, I might have said it wrong. He made a comment which was, it sounded a little harsh, but it was right project, wrong place. I think there's some truth to that, because I think it's a good project and it's a cool project. And if it was on Alpharetta Highway, I think everybody would be here applauding, and we would make you guys grand marshals of the Youth Day Parade. But it doesn't quite feel right. On Alpharetta Highway in the Groveway District, we'd be loving this thing, and we'd be rolling out the red carpet to make it happen. But I'm not quite sure we're there yet. If my colleagues feel like they need to go ahead and get this thing approved, my suggestions would be that we put in an HOA covenant that no more than 15% of the residential units can be rental. And I know that ultimately we can't truly enforce that because we don't know what happens there. But if we have that as a condition, we can make sure that this project doesn't get rolled out as an apartment complex, that the intention is to be condos. Things change, the economy changes, wheels fall off the bus. I've been there, I've experienced that, I know what that's like. But if the intention and the goal on the front end is for it to be condos, I think that is the protection that we're looking for. Another thing I'd like to see is that at least 50% of the amenity space be at grade. And I think if the number of stories are reduced, somehow our amenity space is going to get all put on the roof, and we really need to have some open space at grade. Another thing I'd like to see is that the HPC has full discretion to adjust the mass and scale, because ultimately the HPC really needs to be the ones looking at this. And some of us have some design sense up here, and but certainly not at the level of our professionals who are on our boards and commissions, particularly HBC, and they deal with this stuff day in and day out, and they're the right ones to make that call. I'd like to see no residential on the first floor. I think the intention of a mixed-use building, particularly in this environment where it is retail and restaurant, let's have that on the ground floor. Let's make it walkable. If you have a residence there, you walk by it, you don't walk to it. And I am really struggling with the variances for both the buffer and the height. I agree with the staff. I think they made the right call on that. We need to deny those variances. So those are my comments. I do believe it ultimately can be a good project. I think we're not quite there yet. So I don't know where that leaves us this evening.
I want to say thank you to everybody who's put time in on this. Obviously, the neighbors, the boards and commissions. This has been a lot of hours from a lot of people. Our staff. It's been one of the most intense things we've done. I want to thank you for whoever's responsible for reminding me why I don't watch myself on video ever. And I want to take this opportunity to tell you that transportation is working on, Steve and I were talking about just this afternoon, on solutions for this corridor, because I think everybody's aware of it. This is not something new. We're working on North Coleman, Woodstock, Pine Grove, all that. This is one of the most difficult ones, because I think given what this corner represents in this corridor, it should be something special, and we need to get this right. Great architects I know on each side of this, and most of them tell me this is a real opportunity. My hope for this area as a resident, and I'm about a quarter mile from it, is something special and full of life. And the plaza's beautiful, and the variations of elevation are very attractive, and there's clearly been a lot of work put in the design. You guys are in new territory for us, and I know you're feeling the weight of that as developers. As the daughter of a developer, I want to take away the notion. I do believe there's a lot higher purpose in most developers' mind than greed. I get a little bristly when I hear that, because I know that most of them want to leave a mark in the world, and they're not looking to make a junky project. And I know how emotional this has been for a lot of people, but it's our job to see past that and get to what really matters and what really will impact long term. We've gotten lots of emails for and against this, a little bit different representation than what we're seeing tonight. And unfortunately, I've heard a number of neighbors call because they don't feel comfortable speaking out or even sending an email with public record because of the aggressive nature they've been approached by their neighbors. And, you know, I know that's an easy thing to go to, but I'm disappointed in the anonymous info in mailboxes. I'm disappointed that the points couldn't be made without false and misleading information. I'm disappointed in the fear that's been installed. I had an elderly lady call me today just convinced because somebody had told her we were changing it to 94 units at the last minute just to sneak it by them. It's not necessary to make the points, and it takes away from the discussion we need to be having. So that's my diatribe. I'll get off of that. I'm always careful not to speak for my colleagues, but I can tell you that in the 5+ years I've been here, I have not in this job seen or heard anything to lead me to believe that any of these council members has ever made a decision on a development based on revenue. I know we hear that all the time from people, but I've never seen it or heard it. And maybe that says we're not paying attention enough to the bottom line, but we've always gone at it as we got to deal with what we got. So I can tell you that's not a factor either. I think multifamily is appropriate for this. I can understand the restrictions on financing, but I think if we require the building, the plans to have the code qualifications of condominiums, that's an investment that will ensure that that's where we're going. I have no problem with the HOA thing, but I think it's probably going to be a moot point fairly quickly because I just think that understanding the financing, how that works. I think that multifamily is preferable to making this a totally commercial project because I think all that does is concentrate the traffic at rush hour in that corner. And I want to see people there. I want to see vibrancy. I want to see, you know, all the empty nesters that are my friends that are dying to live where I live. There is a great deal of traffic in this area. This obviously is an issue that is the city's to solve. But most of it, or a lot of it, is in Cherokee and Cobb and Gwinnett based, and that's not going to change. They're not going to stop building. So we can either be the throughway that has nothing through it, or we can give them a reason to stop. So having all said that, I do believe the bulk of this with the 4th story is really more than I can support. But I do feel comfortable with the multifamily, and I appreciate Becky Lynn taking this on as liaison.
I don't want to repeat everything that's been said up here, but I do want to compliment the developer for coming in with something, a design, and trying to look outside the box a little bit and trying to work with the residents. And I want to compliment the residents on all getting involved and trying to put together a good presentation tonight on presenting your ideas. I also disappointed about some of the misinformation that gets put out there because sometimes people believe it and we need to know what the facts are. I think all of us up here want to do what's best for Roswell long term. And agree with some of the comments Nancy just said towards the end there. None of us has thought about the revenue on a project. We think about how it will impact the city and how it will benefit us and how it will help get our vision for what we're trying to do. And I've mentioned this before and I heard it tonight, but a city is like a business. It grows or dies. And so we have to kind of look at that balance between not stagnating and not turning into, well, I don't want to name other cities that have, but we want to maintain what Roswell's got and improve upon it and not kill the golden goose, but to feed the golden goose. So I think all of us are looking at that. I also think that you've seen the renderings. I think that plaza on the corner is beautiful. You know, that's kind of the look we want for walkability and making it accessible for the amenities for people to feel street friendly. You know, but I drive every day down Woodstock. I don't live very far from this project either, just like most of you. And just looking at or imagining the 4 stories and the mass coming down Woodstock just doesn't fit. So I'm not really in favor of the variance for the 4th story. And it does come down, as was mentioned by a couple of people tonight, on what the mass is on Woodstock and at Thompson Place. This will have to go to the HPC, so they will be looking at it from that standpoint as well, even if the project's moving forward at 3 stories. And I also agree that multifamily would be better than having it all commercial. All commercial would that could go in there would really increase the traffic issues. And I think the multifamily will help minimize that and create more people for the walkable community and help support the other businesses in the area again so that they can survive. So those are just some of my thoughts, and going with a minimum on the size to help make sure we're going direction of condominiums, and like to move forward with those ideas.
Yes, sir, I do. And I do actually want to thank the developers and the community, because I did meet with both sides. Being community liaison, it's definitely found out it's not a 9-to-5 job, Monday through Friday, that's for sure. But anyway, that's what we do up here. That's how can we get paid the big bucks. Anyway, my motion is to, and I'm just going to combine them. My motion is to approve the multifamily, deny the 4-story, and to deny the variance for the drive. But I also have additional conditions I would like to add. Number 12, that the HPC will have the discretion of guidelines, mass, and scale of the structures. Number 13 is that the DRB will look at the landscaping for the whole project. Number 14, that the multifamily will have a minimum of 1,600 gross square feet. Number 15 is over on this page, excuse me. A driveway will be constructed to connect Woodstock and Thompson Streets, and the driveway will provide full access at both streets. This project will be reviewed and approved by the Transportation Department. Those are the, wait a minute, and one other, excuse me. This will be a change of wording on number 7. All existing overhead utilities and all new utilities shall be placed underground at the owner's expense, if allowed and found feasible by the utility partner. The planning and zoning director may exclude Georgia Power electrical lines if applicant attempts such underground placement, and in the opinion of the planning and zoning director, such placement is infeasible either physically or economically. I think that kind of covers what Mr. Rollator was saying about if they hit something and we can't bury the lines. So that, Mr. Mayor, is my motion. Oh, plus the staff, I was saying staff conditions as read, plus the ones that I added.
Motion by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. Mr. Rollator, did you wish to respond to the conditions?
I just want to make sure I understand a couple of the additions. Number 15 has to do with the driveway. Could you just state that one again?
You would ask me that, not if I'm the page I wrote it on.
I'm sorry.
I haven't said, I have it down here on the second page. Oh, here it is. Now, I wrote this, the legal person didn't, so I might have to change words here. A driveway will be constructed to connect Woodstock and Thompson Streets, and the driveway will provide full access at both sides, both streets. This project will be reviewed and approved by the Transportation Department. When I'm saying full access, that's left in, left out, right in, right out, full access.
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay.
Number 12 about the HPC.
Yes. All I'm doing is because we are saying we are limiting the square footage and the total number of units and that type of thing. I want to make sure that HPC does have full discretion of the scale and mass and guidelines, as they usually do. But I just want to make that clear that they still
They're
have
not
that.
bound by the decision of this council as to mass and scale.
Yeah, exactly. To the guidelines of mass and scale, they are not bound by that. So they can look at your plan and help with the mass and scale of that plan.
And then I think 13 said you wanted the DRB to look at the landscape rather than the HPC?
HPC is not allowed to look at landscaping, if I'm correct. So we're going to let the DRB look at the landscaping only because of the one parcel being out of the historic district.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, I think we're clarified.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'm happy right now that we understand what the motion is. If other conditions arise, we might need the same comment again. Thank you.
All right, this time it's open for discussion before we take a vote. I know we've heard from all the council members, but this is your second shot. If you wish to. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
A couple points specific to these conditions. On 12, I want to confirm with Mr. Davidson that this does allow HPC to have the leeway to pretty much do whatever they feel is appropriate.
I wouldn't say whatever they feel is appropriate. They need to comply with the law. They need.
Yes,
they are not bound by this council's
I would agree with that.
decision, but they are.
They can
bound
apply the guidelines.
They can apply the guidelines, that is correct.
Mass and scale.
And I would like to ask that we also make it the other element, which is the building placement and setbacks. It's
I think-
a whole different couple of pages.
Okay, hold on. So you want to say the HPC will have the discretion of the guidelines, mass and scale of structures, already?
Building placement and setbacks.
Building placement, okay. Building placement and setback. I think that's already in part of the guidelines, but that's fine.
Well, it's separate from mass and scale, that's why I'm saying that.
Okay, no problem. Building placement and setbacks.
The intention is to apply all the guidelines, not
Yes.
not selectively apply guidelines.
That's correct.
Maybe I should have said a discretion of all guidelines plus.
That even worked better.
Oh, how about this? The HPC will have the discretion of all guidelines plus the mass and scale of structures. Would that be okay with you? Including the
But
mass.
not limited to.
We quit being a lawyer.
This is a legal document.
Sounds good to me. All right, and then I wanted to.
Is that okay
yeah,
with you?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, thank you. I think that works. And then feasible, so Mr. Townsend will determine what is feasible or not in terms of burying utilities. How is that really determined? What, is that $1,000? Is that
He wrote it.
$100,000? What becomes unfeasible or infeasible?
That's what you're going to leave to your zoning director, so. I mean, they're going to be required to ask if Georgia Power says it's $5 million to bury a transmission line for the distance on Woodstock, then to me that
So
would.
the judgment would be in the zoning director's decision whether it's feasible or not.
Economically.
And then they would just leave them on Woodstock, so we lose this whole supposed beauty of the look, because we now have lines and poles that aren't in the pictures or in the drawings.
I think Mr. Roletter's explanation was that as long as there's not some hidden obstacles, he's expecting the normal cost of burial, but if there's some hidden obstacles, Mr. Roletter, which I'm not aware of, having driven down that road since kindergarten, I'm not aware of any hidden obstacles.
No, but we don't know
There
what.
may be some toxic soil, but I don't think anything's buried.
I don't know how Hobo dealt with oil changes. I don't want to think about it, but we just don't know what's under the ground, and that's the reason to give the zoning
Well, the
director
grease pit's
discretion to
gone,
help
I can
us.
tell you, the grease pit was not out there in the road. The grease pit's gone.
Okay. Then the next.
It may still be there, but the grease pit.
Next clarification is on number 1, where initially and generally our practice is substantially in accordance with the site plan, but we have removed the word site plan. So granted, we think it could change based on what HPC does, but that essentially opens it up to here's some basics, and if this property gets flipped, the next person can do whatever they want.
You either need to limit it to the site plan or open it up, but it's hard to do both, to say you're limited to the site. If you limit it, if you condition it on this site plan, then you're then conditioning the HPC to this site plan.
Right.
So you got to pick one or the other.
This would also apply for anyone to buy the property.
Mr. Davidson, this does apply to the property owner, not just to this property owner, but successor property owners if it's sold.
If anybody's going to come in and develop it with these uses, yes.
Councilmember Wynn, did you have a comment?
No, he explained it. I was just trying to say the reason we had it listed there is that because we did not want it, approved two-site plan. That's going to be the planning and zoning director and the HPC, how the site plan is going to look, according to UDC.
All right, I think we're not, well, I think all of this is a mistake. But we got the bulk plane. I really believe we need to establish that it should be at the point of the actual height of the property at the setback line, not the average.
I think we'll have Ms. Wakefield answer that one.
Based on the fact that you have, you're at least proposing to deny the variance, then the bulk plane will be measured from the 50 feet in, the 10-foot setback and the 40-foot buffer. So that would be the I should say 50 feet in. In terms of the measurement, it is based on what is in the UDC. And we measure the 50.
That's an interpretation of where the height is, which is a different section. And I'm saying council, and I think Mr. Davidson would agree, council can determine that because right now it's an interpretation of the zoning director.
Ms. Aguilar, if you wish to make a motion to include
I will make a motion that
your zoning director is the one who interprets your UDC. This mayor and council can change the UDC whenever you want to. You could, as far as making it a condition on how you do the bulk plane, I don't know if that would actually fly. You could make it a condition that it be a certain. I don't think you can change the definition right now as mayor and council, but I think you could make it a condition on.
But the definition is related to height of the building, not of the bulk plane. The average.
Well, I think Councilman Eichelhart, Mr. Davis, you could help him. He wishes to make a specific interpretation, not so much of an interpretation, but a specific condition about how the bulk plane would be measured. Now, he may not get a majority vote, but I think perhaps he might have the ability to make a motion.
I think you could make a condition that on this property it be measured from a certain point.
That's what I'm suggesting.
That wouldn't be the definition of a bulk plane going forward. The interpretation would still be the same. You could just say that for the purposes of this would be measured. Condition.
Right. That's correct. That's what I was asking for.
What is your? Do you wish to make a motion, Councilmember Eichelhart?
That the current definition is building must not extend into 30-degree angular plane projecting over subject property measured from a height of 35 feet at the side interior or rear setback line, and that setback line be determined at the height of the actual property at the setback line.
Does staff understand that?
What it means is you're not taking an average that's actually higher than the ground. You're taking what the actual ground is at that point, and it's about a 10-foot difference between that and the height of the building. So,
if you could help Councilmember Eichelhart in expressing it in a way that y'all can understand.
I think Jackie. Okay.
What Councilmember Eichelhart indicated is our definition of bulk plane. Sorry, put on. Use that at the determination of the height based on the building at that location. Is that how you stated it?
And what location are you measuring
It would
from?
be, you have the 40-foot buffer and then an additional 10-foot setback, and then you start at that location.
So you would start, the bulk plane would be measured, is it 50 feet from the property line?
Correct.
But the real issue is what goes up. You go up from the ground level at that point.
That's what
Right, so the ground level having changed at that, if you draw a line 50 feet from the adjacent property to the west, would you then take the average height?
We will go up by the ground level.
Right at ground level.
But the ground level goes up and down, is my point. It's not a straight line ground level.
That's the reason the UDC defines it as the average.
But it is at 50 feet out, it's a certain point in the ground.
Well, that's true, and that's what we would do at 50 feet out. We'll go up.
Okay. So that's the motion, but now whether...
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any further discussion?
I guess I'd like to know more from, sorry you didn't call on me. I'd like to know more from legal about whether this is kosher, that we can actually do this.
Well, I think what Councilman Eichelhardt is doing is trying to limit the actual height from a point.
No, I get that.
That
Can
can
we
be
word it
legally
that way?
defensible. You can't change the definition of the bulk plane, but you can change, or you can tell them, we don't want it over a certain height at this point. So that's defensible. I don't know what that number is, and I don't know if we can get that number.
Yes,
Well, what I don't want here is a motion that staff and the applicant don't understand, so.
Thank you. I don't understand.
Again, I understand the motion, but Councilmember Eichelhardt, what I don't understand is 50 feet from the property line to the ground level, because the ground level changes substantially over that line.
Can you put this up on the, somewhere?
That I understand, but if you draw a line parallel with the adjacent property 50 feet from that line, it varies several feet in height. Near the street, it's higher, it goes into a ravine, it's lower, and then it rises again.
But you were basing it on this average right here, which is that blue line. I'm saying to take it from the ground level that was by that tree. So that's about I don't know exactly how that is, but it seems to be about 10 feet difference.
If I may, it would be from the red line if the motion passes regarding the variance.
Thank you. That's actually correct.
All right, can the engineer tell us what that elevation is?
Well, can we just say,
I'm still not sure what that elevation is.
can we call this Exhibit 1? Can we say that the bulk plane will be based on Exhibit 1 of the red line, red
Does the
dotted line?
engineer understand it? Can the engineer calculate it based upon this? I want what I don't want to do is have something that we can't. I don't want a subjective decision. I want to be able to
It's
say
not
from an
subjective.
engineering
It's-
standpoint. Does the engineer understand this? Where this line, what this line? How do you come up with this measurement?
It is the red line, you're correct, that's the best way. See, I told you, Jack, you get it.
Mayor, let me preface that by saying we think the UDC defines the bulk plane, and the staff has previously interpreted it. And if we're going to change that, then I think you need to change the UDC, not mess with this one condition.
Well, I think our city attorney has a different opinion. I'm just trying to find out definitely what the measurement would be, or at least how you would calculate it.
No, I actually agree with Mr. Rollator. I'm just saying you could make it a condition to measure the height at a certain point.
Well, at what point are we measuring the height? Because
exactly
that point is I don't understand how there's a line, but a line is not a point. 50 feet from the property line is not a point, it's a line. At what point on that line are you measuring it?
If Brad were here, he'd tell you
I'm sorry,
it's
I'm
defined,
going
it's
to
in the
interrupt on this
UDC.
one.
If you artificially limit it.
Hold on, I'm going to interrupt on this one. That is the interpretation of the planning and zoning director as stated in the UDC. And we've done that on other zonings that we went with the interpretation of the planning and the zoning director. And I think if that's what we're going to do, if we want to be consistent, that's consistency, is let the planning and zoning director look at it. He knows what the bulk plan is. He does the interpretation of the UDC.
You're opposed to the motion?
I am very opposed to the motion. Yes, sir.
But if the motion is made and passes, at what point on that line, a line not being a point, do you measure that elevation?
We don't have an opinion on that, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Eichelhart, at what point on that line do you measure that elevation, recognizing a line is not a point?
It's where the red line hits the ground.
But the red line is a line coming down. That line is 50 feet from the property line, but that line extends
the entire length of that property line.
And that's not a point.
No, that's why the UDC interprets it and makes it work.
So if you wish to tell me a specific point, not just a line, that red line defines a line. It does not define a point.
Well, isn't that also true throughout the entire property, unless it's entirely flat all the way back? It's also going to be, it's an average. It's an average at the street. It's an average at the street, isn't it?
Am I lost in the wilderness, or?
No, I actually agree with you. I understood Councilmember Eichelhart's point, which is why I seconded his motion. But I think the reality is the site is lower at Woodstock than it is at Thompson Place. So where along there is the average? So at some point you have to pick an average, and I think it does make sense for the planning director to determine that, because it's going to be different on every property line, and it's pretty hard to.
But the only place it really applies is right here.
Well, I see your concern that it would be lower down on this side of the property, but then this corner, the corner closest to Woodstock, will also be lower than up at Thompson. So
Are you still seconding the motion?
I'm going to withdraw my second because I don't think we have a better.
Second is
I don't think we have a better
withdrawn.
solution.
Councilmember Eichelhart. So we can argue more about where that point is, but if the second is withdrawn, we don't have a viable motion. Is anyone else willing to second Councilmember Eichelhart's motion? Dies for lack of a second.
Next motion is to remove residential on first floor and all elements of first floor.
Is there a second? Any further discussion before we vote on that? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilmember Eichelhart, Councilmember DePolito, all opposed. Councilmember Diamond, Wynn, and Orleans. Motion fails. Any other motions to amend before we vote on the main motion? Councilmember DePolito.
Yes, I made a comment about the amenity space and the fact that I'm concerned that will get restricted at the grade level with removal of this fourth floor. So I'd like to make a motion that 50% of the amenity space needs to be at grade. Since 50% of the amenity space needs to be contiguous, let's make it also contiguous and at grade. So that'd be my motion.
Is there a second? Mr. Rollator, do you understand the condition?
I wish we'd speak it louder. I don't understand.
If you would repeat the motion.
The motion is in way of explanation as well. 50% of the amenity space needs to be contiguous, and what I'd like for is that 50% of contiguous amenity space to be located at grade.
With a 3-story building, we can't do that. I'm sorry.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Rollator said it's not feasible. It's his project. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. That's Councilmember Eichelhart, Councilmember DePolito, all opposed. Councilmember Diamond, Wynn, and Orleans. Any other motions? All right, we're back to the main motion. If we would, it's been long enough now, if we would summarize it.
Yes, that would be great.
Don't make me repeat this. Okay, we're going to do everything that Jackie read, and then everything I read. Does that make sense?
Staff, can you summarize? I know you take good notes.
The thing is, I think what we really did focus on is that the HPC will have discretion on all guidelines plus mass and scale of all structures. DRB will do the landscaping of the whole project. The multifamily will be at a minimum of 1,600 gross square feet. And then we went through about the driveway, about the connectivity of the driveway, and it has to be approved by the traffic department. And then on the overhead utilities, that if it's allowed, yeah, that it has to be feasible, and that it's at the discretion of the zoning and planning director.
I think that covers it, Mr. Roletta.
Say it again.
I think that covers the motion.
Yes,
If you
I
make
think.
me say this again, we'll have to have that talk
No,
out.
no.
Does the council have any questions about the motion? I'm not entertaining additional motions or additional arguments, just you
There are
understand the motion.
two conditions we haven't been able to respond to yet. May we
Yes,
please
go
do that?
right ahead.
On the HPC one, about them having the discretion or the ability on the different provisions, I'd like to add the language, or suggest you add the language, in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Uniform Development Code.
I have no problems with that.
Is that
That's understood.
allowing the design guidelines? I want to make sure.
Yes, yeah, plus with everything I said, plus.
Yeah, but that's not.
Just
It's
add that.
understood that they have to comply.
Yeah.
Okay,
You wanna
that's
talk about
that's
the
plus what
1600?
I've read, correct?
You wanna
Yes,
talk
okay,
about the 1,600 feet? or-
no problem.
The gross 1,600 square foot average minimum that you mentioned to impose.
I didn't say average, I said minimum.
Minimum. I'd like to add the word average. With this being a different project that we were essentially looking to do here,
Then I'm going to look at the person who seconded that and see if they're okay with that.
If you'll explain average minimum, I don't understand average minimum.
that means that the average square footage
For all?
for all.
The average size would be 1,600 square feet. And I understand your point.
No. I'm okay with it if the person that seconded it is okay with it.
If you're going to go with average, then I would suggest we go from 16 to 1,700.
The average being 1,700 gross square feet.
Gross or saleable.
I really need to keep it. I mean, I was looking to go the other way. We got a different project here. It's not as a desirable a project in our eyes, and we don't think we're going to get what we set out to get, and we'd like to see that number come down.
Well, then what about the HOA covenants with a percentage of, a maximum percentage of rentals?
That doesn't work at all for us. I mean, we're not doing the buffer, we're not doing the height. I thought my intent here tonight, or what my expectations were, is that we were looking at mass and scale, and now we're saying that basically let's just push that down the road and let HPC essentially redesign the building. That sounds like what I'm hearing. Am I missing something? And so we're going back to the drawing board, basically.
No, even if we gave you all this, you would still have to go to the HPC.
I understand that. I just thought we were going to be a little more specific, or the intent was to be more specific about the scale and mass.
We can't I don't think we can be that. I'm not going to tell HPC, about mass and scale. That's their purview in the historic district. But I think we need to get back to the average gross square footage. I'm okay doing average. I'm not really happy with it, but we've taken a lot away from you tonight. So
Average. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I have no problems adding the average, but the person over here has seconded my condition, so I have to see,
1,600 average gross square feet. Okay.
Is that okay with you,
So
Councilmember Orleans?
what's your minimum?
I don't know yet. We've got to go back to the drawing board at this point.
We'll put
Let me
up
just
to
put
it.
it
that's
this
still
way.
very generous.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Orleans, we do limit them to 80 units. They cannot go above 80 units.
Well, I understand that.
So,
I understand that.
you know, so when you come into the average,
Take a 5-minute recess. Almost been 5 minutes, this
Just
for
do it.
3 hours. Councilmember Wynn, do you want to not restate the whole motion, but that which was in question, which had to do with the size, the gross square footage
Yes, sir.
of the multifamily unit?
Thank you. Yes, I would be glad to do that. Multifamily will be a average gross square footage of 1,600 square feet, with a minimum of gross square footage of 1,200. So we're going to give them the average is the 1,600, but the smallest unit can only be 1,200. And I think we have an agreement on that one.
Councilman Orleans is your second. You second that.
Yeah, I'm still in the game.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any additional comments before we take a vote? Councilmember Eichelhardt.
1,200 square feet, I don't know about the city average, but that's an apartment. That is a number that is just an apartment. And we have just lost any ability to control whether it's rental or whether it's condo. So this thing is going to be apartments, and I don't care what you say. And the only thing that hasn't changed throughout the whole process, we've had 2 deferrals and other things throughout the HPC going to Planning Commission. The only thing that hasn't changed is their plan. So to think they're going to work something out and make this work just is ridiculous.
My first house was 1,400 square feet, so I'm actually comfortable with that. If as an empty nester, we looked for something downsized, and I think after watching how City Walk went about theirs and the audience they're attracting, I'm comfortable with that number.
Had 80 units and 40 were 1,200 square feet. The other 40 would have to be, they would have to be 2,000 square feet. So that you would at least have a mix of 2,000 and 1,200, which would average to 16. So they would not all be 1,200. They would have to be a balance. So there may be a balance of small and large units, which I believe is a positive thing. I sort of believe it's sort of mixed income housing to some extent. So we have a motion and a second. Any further comments before we take a vote? Councilmember DeFilippo.
I guess I want to reiterate some of Councilmember Eichelhardt's concerns. I'm not so much concerned that these are going to be apartments because they're 1,200 square feet, but I don't like the way this has been carved up here on the podium, and I'm not sure what's going to come out of it. So I have a lot of concerns, and I'm concerned for the developer who's going to try to figure this out with all these restrictions on it. So I'm not comfortable with where we are.
Any other comments before we take a vote? Councilmember Diamond.
If we didn't have any conditional use here, it would be going to we're saying so many acronyms, I'm losing track. It would be going to HPC, and they would figure out mass and scale and size and look and architecture and all those pieces. I believe to put the multifamily opportunity in here to have the vitality that we're looking for, but to constrain it in a way that allows HPC to do what they do, I'm not sure how else we would approach it. But nobody has ever told me HPC was lax on a developer. And I do feel like they have been very vocal, in my experience, on this project and in their desire for scale and stepping up, and I truly believe we will see something similar.
Any other comments from council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Councilmember Orleans, Wynn, and Diamond. All opposed, DeFilippo and Eichelhardt passes 3-2. You may stick around for the rest of the meeting, but if you leave now, you will not be here in the morning. But you've only got 5 minutes to go. We'll continue with the next item. That would be Recreation and Parks Department. If folks would hold their comments until they leave the room, and if our Custodian will close the door once they leave. Morgan, go ahead and start. Yeah.
Okay.
First item.
The first item is approval for the mayor, the city, or the city administrator to sign a change order with Scruggs and Grizzle Contracting to add a whirlpool to the adult recreation therapeutic pool project in the amount of $147,470.84.
And the Roswell Ramblers are going to come up with how much of the match?
Yeah, in your packet, there's a letter from the Roswell Ramblers saying that they will raise $75,000 of that and present it to the city.
Motion for approval by Councilman Orleans. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Anyone in the audience have any questions? Yes, sir. Come forward. Don't talk past the sale, which I think you already are.
I won't take much time. Jay Small, 370 Barrington Drive East. I just wanted to come up here and say, on behalf of the Ramblers and the Adult Rec Center and all the participants, that they are really thrilled that this has come back forward and that this is potential of being approved. And as Morgan has stated, the letters there, they are 100% committed to helping us fund this project and move this forward. So thank you very much for considering this again.
Any further discussion by council? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you. Just a question. The quote that we had gotten from Scruggs and Brazil, did we get that? Was that prior to us deciding we wanted to move forward on it?
Yes.
Okay. So that's how we knew it was 150. They didn't say, hey, we have 150.
It was actually it was an addendum in the original contract, and then when there was a little momentum, we asked them to make sure that number was good, and that's when we came up with 100. That's why we came with the 150, and it came in at 147.
Okay. Thank you.
Next item is approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a change order to Jacobs Engineering Group Incorporated contract for an addition to the scope of work for the Roswell River Master Plan in the amount of $25,000. That is, we actually right now the master plan that we have now is studying the Don White and Ace Sand Company, and the new one is everything east of that, west of that. Excuse me.
Move for approval.
Second.
Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Next item is approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a contract with Control Concepts for the HVAC controls at the Physical Activity Center in the Roswell Park in the amount of $80,000, and now simply upgrade our system so that we can better control the HVAC at our largest program facility.
Do we have a motion? Move for approval. Motion by Councilman Orleans for approval. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhardt. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember DiPolito.
Question, Mr. Rogers. The system, I assume this handles energy management. Is that what this?
Absolutely, it is, and it's the first. We'll be able to control it remotely, and then the idea is that eventually all of our systems will be that, so that they can work interchangeably and with one system. So that's why we're trying to move toward.
Okay, so where would they be controlled from?
They'd be controlled from the. We have a facility maintenance manager, and that person would be able to control that remotely. Using the iPad and the computer.
Oh, that's great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. This time we'll turn to Admin and Finance Department Liaison, Councilmember Kent Eichelhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a motion to approve amending Chapter 3, Alcoholic Beverages, Article 3.2.5, Alcoholic Beverage Caterers of the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances to allow for a resident caterer single event license. First reading, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Councilmember Eichelhardt. We currently have for resident alcohol catering license only a monthly license, which is $200 per month. In practice, many of the local restaurants or caterers an alcoholic beverage license just for catering on Alive After 5, which is once. A non-resident catering license is $50, so we're proposing to change this ordinance to allow for a one-time event, a single event license at $50 per license for resident.
Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 3 Alcoholic Beverages, Article 3.2 Licensings of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell regarding catering licenses. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 3 Alcoholic Beverages, Article 3.2 Licensing of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell, Georgia, Section 3.2.5 Alcoholic Beverage Caterers, Subsection A License Requirements, Residential Caterers, is hereby amended by deleting Section 3.2.5A2 and adding thereto a new subsection 3.2.5A2 to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this would be the first reading.
We have a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Eichelhardt for approval. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Wynn. Councilmember Wynn is excused.
Next item is approving the election to come November 3rd, second reading.
Second reading, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct elections. Now therefore be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, and is hereby ordained and established by authority of the same, that the Mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Fulton County Department of Registrations and Elections to conduct this election using express poll or other such measures approved by the Georgia Secretary of State, and the contract is attached here to incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Eichelhardt. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor, raise their hands. That's unanimous with Councilmember Wynn having been excused. Next item, please.
Next item is approval of a resolution to allocate remaining 2013 home funds and additional 2014 home funds totaling $42,732.50 to Habitat for Humanity to acquire and rehabilitate a house on Oxbow Road.
Thank you, Councilmember Eichelhardt. Our 2013 home funds were given out to 3 different associations. 2 of the associations used their funds. One of them was not able to use all of their funds for their projects, so they voluntarily turned back in the $19,706 of the 2013 funds that we need to reallocate. We also got an additional $23,027 of 2014 home funds that we need to accept those funds and allocate those. Those were in addition to funds that we had anticipated getting. So it gives us a total of $42,733.50. The recommendation is for Habitat for Humanity. They have a project identified right now to purchase a house so that they can rehab it and get another family in. The other 2 organizations that qualify.
For approval, sorry.
Thank you.
I fell asleep there for a second.
Second by Councilmember Diamond. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
I was already asleep, sorry. Budget for whomever next. Approval of the 15 end-of-year budget amendment. Mr. Klosterboer. I get to say it right. I'm always afraid to say it.
I have a brief PowerPoint. It's the same that we had at committee. If you'd like me to just
give me the
questions.
Give us the numbers.
Yes, sir. There are 5 items in the end-of-year budget amendment. The first is to increase the workers' compensation expenditures budget by $400,000, taking it out of the workers' compensation fund balance. Second is for the tennis revenues and expenditures in the tennis cost and recreation fund, increasing both of them by $60,000 because we've had higher participation than anticipated. There was some flooding damage at the ARC pool. To clean it up, we have to do a budget amendment in the amount of $153,000. $143,000 is coming to the city through insurance reimbursement, so that's the revenue component. To comply with the city auditors, we have to establish a budget for the Scholarship Endowment Fund, $50 in revenues and expenditures. And finally, for the charging station reimbursement from GFA, we have to recognize 50% contribution towards that installation, which is the amount of $15,691.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Eichelhardt for approval. Is there a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Orleans. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion? Question by Councilmember Napolito.
Thank you. I find it odd that we're pointing out tennis programs. Is that just a highly unusual event within our tennis program, or do we have a change of the program itself?
It is. I do not have any history of why it is over. When we were looking for items to include in the end-of-year budget amendment, that cost center, the expenditures, at the time we pulled it was over by $40,000. The revenues was up by $60,000. So, I mean, the revenues are exceeding the expenditures. It's just we have to recognize the revenues because the expenditures came in over budget.
All right. I guess people are getting in shape.
Kay has an answer.
It's based on participants, so when they budgeted in their estimate, they estimated lower than what participation actually wound up being. So to the point of we needed to recognize the revenues to be able to spend that money. So like Kevin said, the revenues do exceed expenditure.
Yeah,
but that is an anomaly.
Yeah, and I found it unusual that it wasn't a rec participation program thing. It's specific to tennis.
Right.
Just
because
tennis is a huge number. There's a lot of people playing tennis.
A lot of people playing tennis, and I think it's also because Recreation and Parks now has been breaking those out by program because we're budgeting it like that so that we can capture actual cost.
Good.
Councilmember Diamond?
I have another question, but my neighbor says the older guys tennis thing on Monday, Wednesday, Friday mornings has just blown up, so maybe they're part of it. It says on this chart that the workers' compensation is $300,000, and then the other page says $400,000. Is that just
Yeah,
an old chart?
from the first chart to the second chart, what happened is
When you have a deal with
staff who actually deals with workers' comp notified me that we're anticipating an additional $90,000 claim this fiscal year to pay out, which it was kind of $300,000 based on current actuals and current claims paid, but that pushed it up to the $400,000 now recommended.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
We'll move to approve if we haven't.
Councilmember Eichelhardt has a motion to approve
Well, we got to finish that one.
vote on the year-end budget. All in favor? Unanimous. This is an emergency added agenda item. It's a motion for a moratorium on signs because of a U.S. Supreme Court decision which has sort of changed the whole rules, and we're not sure what they are, and our legal department needs to study those rules before but we don't, by placing this moratorium, then we can at least have a defense when somebody applies and they don't have vested rights.
That's correct.
So do we have a motion to establish a moratorium?
So moved.
For how long? Or still?
Until September 28th, which is the second meeting in September.
So it'd be effective immediately and go into effect until September?
Or until you adopt some legislation to...
If not sooner. We can always do another
Try to do it
moratorium if
sooner.
we need to. So there's a motion to approve the moratorium through September. Councilmember Napolito.
Thank you. I'm fine with the moratorium. I think it makes sense to go ahead and do it. I guess I'm concerned about any small businesses that are opening and need a sign. Is that what happens there? They just can't have a sign for a while, or
it's tough?
Can they get a banner? Okay, so they can put up a temporary banner at least, so they can advertise their business.
Mr. Davidson.
They won't be able to get anything that requires a permit. So no permits under this. So because that's really what was struck down was a temporary sign.
Maybe if they put up the sign and we don't cite them or something. I don't know.
Any permit?
Well, then we need to move as quickly on this as possible.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. All right, next on the agenda, don't we move to Public Works? Councilmember Napolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Also known as the new fund department, the Environmental Public Works Department. First item is approval of an amendment to the City of Roswell Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, Utilities and Services, Article 24.2, Garbage and Solid Waste Disposal, and Article 24.3, Collection of Commercial Waste. This is the first reading, and it's presented by Mr. Skalski.
Good morning. I would, in light of the hour, I would just ask that we not highlight all the changes except for a couple key ones in this ordinance update. We are clarifying a number of terms throughout the solid waste ordinance, and particularly the commercial waste handling ordinance. The two that I want to call out are highlighted in the agenda item, and that is clarifying definitions of authorized agents and owners. Most of the rest of this is clarification and updating of language. We also are designating the property owner or their designee as the responsible party to pay the sanitation bill for commercial properties and to collect fees from their tenants. So we're clarifying most of the related terms and conditions. Those are the key ones that I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of. Are there any other particular questions?
Any questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Just a clarification that this does not change the cost of service, nor does it change the level of service. It's really just clarifying the ordinance.
Thank you. No, sir. There's a complete markup with all the revisions as well as a clean copy in the package.
As I understand, this is the first reading?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 24, Utilities and Services, Article 24.2, Garbage and Solid Waste Disposal, Article 24.3, Collection of Commercial Waste of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 24, Utilities and Services, Article 24.2, Garbage and Solid Waste Disposal, Sections 24.2.1 through 24.2.8, and Article 24.3, Collection of Commercial Waste, Sections 24.3.1 through 24.3.6 of the Code of Ordinances are hereby amended by deleting such sections and substituting new sections to read as follows. Text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this be the first reading.
Do we have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember DiPolito. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orlins. Any public comment? Eichelhart, any public comment? No. Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion? Passes unanimously.
The next item is approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a contract with Frank Sudduth and Sons, Inc. for the construction of the Valley Drive water line replacement in the amount of $307,983.50. Mr. Skalski.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember DiPolito. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orlins. Any public comment? Any further discussion by council? Councilmember Diamond, was that a question?
Yes, it's a question. I just wondered if there's a mechanism that we can put in place so that this doesn't mean ripping up a new sidewalk. And I know we try to do that in general, but with all the new projects we have coming, we might be able to beef that system up a little bit.
As a policy matter, we agree completely, and we do have informal policies, and we can make something a little more formal. I think the biggest challenge is timing and judging developers' timing and the pros and cons of how quickly our projects can actually move forward. So that's the risk that we run. But we absolutely will try to do that on every project.
And I realize it's not a perfect science. It's just hard to watch. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
The next item is approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a change order to the contract with Lane Heavy Civil, Inc., and approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign a contract with Federal Signal Corporation to purchase and install the security system for the Roswell Water Treatment Plant in the amount of $73,000. Mr. Skalski.
Do we have a motion to approve? Move to approve. Motion to approve by Councilmember DiPolito. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhart. Any public discussion, comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Could I make one clarification on this item, and that is only in the amount remaining in our contingency. We passed two items that together change the Bottom line, under the financial impact here, from $77,000 remaining in our contingency, we had another item on the consent agenda, and they were out of sequence in this case, so that number remaining is $62,899.
That's how much money is left in
That is how much is remaining in addition to the consent
Use it wisely.
agenda item. That's
All right. We can have closure here very quickly if it's all right with the council, if everyone else will clear this room. Do we have a motion for closure? Motion by Orleans. Is there a second by Al Geigelhart? All in favor, raise your hands. Huddle up. The rest of y'all leave.
So David,